don't know.
Judy, can you hear me now?
I can, Rosemary, yes.
Up in that top right-hand corner, along the top,
Yes.
if you touch it, it comes down. There's a place where you can mute yourself. And I find that that's helpful because then if I make noises like rustling or coughing or stuff, they can't hear me, but I can still hear them.
Oh, lovely. Thank you for that, Rosemary.
But you do have to
that's
remember,
good.
you have to remember to turn it, to change it if you are going to speak.
Yes, yes, certainly. Thank you, Rosemary. That I'll actually will unmute it now. I will.
Oh. It's the same. Well, it's them recording. Oh, that's really nice. It's done by Zoom. What I'm doing here. More. Start the video. Oh, not my video. Mute. Mute. Oh, I don't know what we're... Sorry, what? Right.
Good morning, everyone. Obviously, there are people out in the community that are linking in through the, is it Zoom or whatever? Yeah, Zoom. And it will be an interactive session because there'll be Q&A. So from that point of view, I think people are just setting themselves up and that's what we're hearing. But John will be able to mute. We have, fortunately, experts in the room who are going to help us with all the technology. And once Geshe Zopa appears, we'll mute the people out there in the community and we'll be able to see Geshe Zopa directly on the screen. So in the meantime, just ensuring that we've all turned off our mobile phones. And I think that I know most faces, so I'm pretty sure that you all know where the toilets are, and we'll talk about the schedule once we get underway. So.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Good morning, Geshe-la.
Good morning, everyone. Wow.
We have full capacity here in the Gompa,
Okay.
and we have many people who are zooming in, and we can see all these pictures of people.
Yes.
Can you see them?
Yes, I can see them.
Welcome, Geshe-la. Lovely to see you again. Long time.
Me too. Thank you.
We just want to make a more formal welcome to acknowledge how you are very respected and loved by the community of Buddha House, and you have been here many times now, since first time with Punsok Rinpoche when I think he was 12 years old. And you have come here so many times, and we feel that you are a much loved part of our family, but we also acknowledge the vast credentials that you hold and the knowledge, and have huge respect for you, and are endeared to you with the warmth of your teachings and your laughter. So we're very happy to be back with you today. And I would just also like to welcome other people. So I'll just say the welcomes now. So everybody here knows who I am, don't you? Just Lindy. But we have Venerable Lindy in Tasmania is zooming in, and we have Jan McGregor and India Wallace, who are from the Amitabha Buddha, the Pure Land of Amitabha Buddha Hospice Project, who were a part of creating, requesting this teaching. And so we welcome you and thank you for coordinating with Judy, our SPC. We also have many people who, I have to hold this really close to my face, but I want to get to my page now. The students, we want to just acknowledge all the students who have helped to bring together today. Now, the way that the process will go is that I'll hand over to Geshe-la to start in a moment, but there will be from 11 a.m. till 12:30, and there will be time for question and answer. Is that correct, Geshe-la? Yeah.
Yes.
Then we're going to have a break from 12:30 till 2. There will then be another session from 2 till 3:30. So I will hand over to you now, Geshe-la. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lindy. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And hello, Tashidele, to everyone, all the participants. And also, I would like to express immense of appreciation for your effort, to allocate time for this session, and also for all the team, the director, the SPC of the center, and also the hospice, then the rest of the other centers and study groups who are joining here, for your endless, selfless hard work for the preservation of virtues, preservation of Dharma, preservation of the attitude of loving kindness, compassion, altruism, harmony, respect, understanding. Start from you in the family, in the centers, in the community, in larger, then in the whole world. So so whether individual level, or whether on the basis of leading, as a leader to the family, as a mother, father, or the son or the daughter, or on the basis of leading the study groups, the hospices, or like palliative care, and study groups and Dharma centers. And then that contribution is immense and huge. It's a great contribution to the world peace. Start from you. Then on top of that, one of the main the purpose of coming together in this kind of environment, like such as Buddhist community, Buddhist friends or spiritual friends, is very much about to shape our own self. Our way of apprehension to the things and events, and the attitude, to shape ourselves to be best, most serviceable, most beneficial to the well-being of many, if possible, whole world, whole sentient being. Or at least to your community, your family, and minimum, to take good care of yourself, to take good care of yourself with full of beneficial wisdom and full of beneficial attitudes, such as, unconditionally, genuinely, taking good care of yourself with true love, true compassion, true respect. So you see, so it's really about starting from yourself, to be most beneficial. So if not at least, reframing or protecting ourselves, being a cause of others' suffering, being the cause of your own suffering. You see, so it's very meaningful, isn't it? So very meaningful to be part of, such community, such people, isn't it? So anyone who serve to build this kind of community, and truly amazing, and very appreciative, to what you all do. So yeah, so I just want to say thank you to each and everyone. Yeah, so so I think before we start, maybe we take a few moments to settle ourselves. Maybe some of you, especially who are in the center now, maybe some of you rush from your breakfast, rush from your traffic, or maybe today, maybe at least maybe not that heavy traffic, hopefully. Today is Saturday, isn't it? Then, yeah, rushing from some important responsibility at home, or maybe some thoughts just keep intruding for us to settle in the present moment, or also there are certain thoughts that which keep popping up in the concern of future things and events. So in order for us to really enjoy the present moment, really to be in the present moment, be yourself completely in the present moment. Not kind of, very much shared by past and future, which both are a bit irrelevant on the basis of impermanent, on the basis of, on the basis of absolute nature, So therefore, so one of very, very easy and the common technique to bring our focus into present moment through bringing our focus towards our own, inner being is through focusing on the breathing. So do about 9 rounds of breathing exercise. So breathe slowly. It doesn't matter wherever the breathing comes out and goes out. No need to follow that. Just simply breathe lengthy in and out, and try to place your awareness onto the rhythm of breathing, either in the sound or either in the kind of the feeling that goes in and out. Whatever comes in easy, but just try to find one single aspect of that to place focus to bring single pointedness. So we do that, okay? Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, so then on the basis of this pure settled mind, try to initiate, our day, initiate this particular session with right thinking, right motivation, beneficial one. So in Buddhist teaching, recommend one of the best motivation that you can have is the altruistic motivation, the great compassionate motivation. Simply dedicating your time of this session to be beneficial cause for numberless sentient beings, peace and happiness, all the way up to everlasting happiness. So that's the main purpose that, why we are together here, very much to gather all the resources, all the conducive conditions to actualize, those benefits. So again, take one moment to really express that, from the depth of one's heart. On top of dedicating our time for the benefit of all sentient beings, then specifically you can dedicate your effort here for certain, specific purposes that you would like to dedicate. Every individual have a different things in life that have concerns, and especially if in case any individual in any individual's family and circle of friends that who are in health issues, or someone who passed away, or someone who have business problems or relationship problems, whatever it may be, you can dedicate whatever amount of positive energy through your body, speech, and mind, in particularly through this altruistic influence, the altruistic attitude influence, to be the condition to overcome those difficulties. So you can express that, you can dedicate your time for that from the depth of your heart. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so today, so our topic is on death and dying, or how to help, through the process of death and dying. Or how to, assist to overcome the challenges, in particularly the fear. So, if it goes as planned, but usually sometimes my planning doesn't go that way that I plan. It's very much the collective karma sometimes play the role. So, but if in case if you go according with what I plan, then maybe morning we try to the first session, we try to discuss some general perspective about life and about death, etc. Then after that, some question and answer. Then the next session, then if we are still there, then maybe we can go through maybe some technical kind of, maybe introducing some of the Buddhist perspective of, how the lives are formed and how, death comes about and what kind of the dissolutions, during the death process, including, the experiencing that, all the way up to the last moment of the separation of our consciousness from these very lives, the major aggregates, and then actualizing a new rebirth. So like, something like that. I have, I think, shared a note through Judy. That also can be just a brief understanding, how the system works. If in case we are unable to go through the detail, then you can also refer to that. Basically, that's how I would teach. So that maybe the writing is maybe even more slightly clearer. So something like that. Okay. So now, yes. So maybe I think we start with talking something positive. Start with, in fact, the topic on the death also very positive, maybe one of the most positive, but they conventionally, compared to life and death, life is more positive, conversation, isn't it? So you see, the life, very much, very much exists ever. In fact, the life, our life, our life very much, exists ever. So there's no kind of, the complete disappearance of the existence of life. The human life that we, if we relate to our human life, then yes, there's a process of, complete ceasing it, complete coming to end. Then they experience the void of that life, you can call as a death. So I think the first thing I think that is beneficial for us to know, we in fact live forever. So I think that alone will clear some sort of fear to the void of life. I think that alone, I think will able to overcome. If someone, if someone is going through the process of death, near death, or even going through terminal illness, or even when we are healthy, we our mind is quite occupied with a sense of insecurity about life, kind of disappearing of our existence. That's the where the main fear comes from. We always want to live, isn't it? We always want to live. So therefore, if we have the basic acknowledgement of that, I exist ever. I exist from beginningless life, and I will exist endless, all the way up to the stage of no more death, even conventionally, complete immortal. And we have evidence for that. You see, ourselves, or all the living beings, and even all the past angels, all the past Buddhas, came from beginningless life force, beginningless life force. That's untraceable, beginningless rebirths. You see, the rebirth is very much, very objective in relation to that very circle of, that very times in the circle of existence. But then actual continuation of the existence of life is from beginningless. So it's not just philosophical concept, the reality is that's the truth. Then someone who exists endlessly, and that endless existence also in the immortal state, everlasting, everlasting state of happiness, everlasting state of perfection, and the freedom from all the troubles of contaminations, troubles of changing the body again and again, changing the aggregates again and again, complete set in perfection. And Shakyamuni Buddha himself is the evidence. Shakyamuni Buddha, the Siddhartha Gautama, Siddhartha Gautama, who came into the southern universe, 2,600 years ago, even in the conventional, the life that he displayed, that we can understand that he achieved immortal life, no more death. But that again, that state of no more death is not something void of existence. It's simply the void of contaminations, void of inconvenience. You see, then there are many great, many practitioners, from all over the world. In particularly, very obvious example, plenty of example in Tibet, in Himalayas, in India, those 80 Mahasiddhas, those Panditas, like 17 Pandits, like Nagarjuna, etc. Then in Tibet, like Milarepa, and in today's, in our time, there are yogics, they are human like us, like ourselves, who really, in lifetime, they already start to experience the void of the influence of the contamination of their aggregates, through their awakening. Even though they are carrying the human body, but they don't carry the contamination, they don't carry the karma, they don't carry the delusion, they don't get affected by the decay of the body, and the complete ceasing of the delusions. So there are plenty of evidence, So it's not just kind of philosophical idea, There are evidence, and I think among this group here, I think many of you who genuinely been practicing your spiritual path, it doesn't matter whether it's Buddhist or non-Buddhist, doesn't matter. Could be in Christian practice, could be in Muslim practice, Hindu practice, Buddhist practice. But if you are true, genuine spiritual practitioner, and if you really apply those, spiritual path for certain kind of, substantial time, you do experience those, certain sign of liberations, isn't it, in your life? You see, you come to a point that, yes, I get sick, but I don't get bothered. Yes, you know, I caught into elemental disturbances like such as bushfire, etc. But still, the continuum of your consciousness is still able to remain, you know, very intact without disturbances. You know, somehow that you don't find that much negative connotations in anything that comes in your way, in particularly those negativities in your way. You know, somehow that you see meaning in every experiences. You know, even in case there's a pop-up of delusion comes in your mind, you know, you see meaning in that. And you know, in Buddhist practice, there are practices of taking attachment onto the path, you know, anchor onto the path, you know, taking all the adversity onto the path, you know, taking all the problem, including sickness, as an opportunity to, in fact, awaken yourself. You know, in fact, it's kind of very concentrated event or the technique or the condition to push you to realize your inner absolute value. You see, because when we go through the very kind of neutral state of life or the happy state of life, you know, our mind is very much either dull or either get distracted, you know. So somehow that we don't really able to, to really go deeper level to understand what is your absolute being. You see, so when the trouble comes in our way, and if we know the right tool to interpret them, and in fact that really helps us to, you know, really to understand who really you are. And that similar goes to experience of the journey through the death. You see, in Buddhist teaching, the understanding of the death process, you know, in particularly understanding of how to utilize the most serviceable, you know, our fundamental mind, which is the clear-like mind. You know, to how, you know, Buddhist teaching teach the technique to how to utilize them. You know, how to take them as a path. You know, and through those techniques, in fact, the process of death and the death become one of the most celebrating events in the practitioner's life. You know, one of the most yummy experience. You know, one of the best experience. You know, is far more delicious than chocolate on the coffee, or I don't know, or the cheesecake, or I don't know, or I have no idea, whatever. You can interpret the best thing that you like, you know. So therefore, even though, you know, our ordinary mind, our conventional ordinary mind regard the process of death, the death itself is like one of the worst events, but those who know how to handle them is one of the best event. You know, and the Buddhist practitioner, the true Buddhist practitioner, in fact, in whole life, you know, they really look forward to that. And the whole life, the purpose of practice of Buddha Dharma is to prepare to fully utilize that particular event called death. You know, that particular event called death, to really to get the maximum benefit that you ever wanted, or to really to use that, you know, doorway to go back to your root, your absolute reality, you know, your root, basically your root, who really you are. Because up to now, you know, we are very superficial. You know, it's very much like we are only showing our mask. We are not really showing our true face. You see, it's our thinkings are just simply caught up with the hallucinations, which are completely false, you know, and whatever the physical aggregates that we think we are so proud of, it is mine, you know, so proud of is my face and is my body, you know. Then I mean, whole life we are caught up with just try to you know, make up that, isn't it? But in actual reality, you know, those are very much not really you, isn't it? Not really yourself. You know, those are in fact, in reality, those are rented phenomena. You know, we rented from our father, mother. It really doesn't belong to ourselves. But then whole life we are confused that we are losing that something belong to you. You know, one of the main fear about death is the fear of losing our body. You know, we very much worry and scared of the event of divorce of our real continuum and our body. You see, you see, so you see, so therefore, it's very much you know, caught up with you know, the hallucinations, very much caught up with hallucinations. You know, there's a Buddhist wisdom, you know, Buddhist wisdom of illustrating the false idea, the misconception of ours, that, you know, that there are three Buddhist, you know, wisdom to understand the misconception. You know, there are three misconceptions that we carry, which bring suffering, fear, you know, basically all the suffering that we go through, all the difficulty we go through in lifetime, is very much in relation to that. The first one is seeing, you know, things that which are by nature is impermanent, but seeing as a permanent. You know, that's so true. You see, even though the nature of our human life is impermanent, but we very much grasp, you know, very much perceive and grasp as a permanent. That's why we plan for tomorrow. You know, even now we are talking about impermanent. You know, I'm talking so big mouth, but actually I carry full of that permanent wrong conception, because I have a plan for tomorrow. You know, I have a teaching program until 2002, as if I'm going to live until then, which is completely misconception, which is completely pretentious, to you know, very much against from the reality. You know, you see. So sometimes to comfort yourself that you are not as stupid as that. You know, so you kind of say, if in case if I live up to 2022, then I plan for that. If in case, you know, not completely confused that I'm definitely going to, you know, stay until 2022. You know, you just try to, you know, but if you really, you know, you see, you talk to yourself with a nice coffee in front of you, ask you, you know, are you really mean it that you're just planning if in case? In reality, actually, you really have that. You planned it because you have this strong permanent grasping. You really think that you will definitely live until 2022. You see? So anyway, so that's one of the false wisdom that brings so much suffering. So because of that permanent grasping, then whenever we go through impermanent, you know, in relation to that, we suffer. You see, we have a permanent grasping to our youth. So then when we realize we are getting old, you know, we suffer. You know, we have permanent grasping of we're going to be healthy all the time. But then when sickness comes, we suffer. We have permanent grasping to our relationship with anything, the weather, you know, now the spring, so beautiful, and we really grasp that, that how beautiful it is, and suddenly strong sunny day comes. It's quite suffering, isn't it? There's no acceptance to the reality. That's why we suffer, because it against the nature, against the natural law. and that very much comes from these misconceptions of permanent grasping, you see. And we're very much caught up with beyond, out of the reality. So that's why we are unable to really fully settle in the present moment, that which is absolutely genuinely with you, you see. So it comes to any relationship, with anything. Then the second one is the misconception of regarding impure as pure. The misconception of regarding impure as pure. So you see our these aggregates, the 5 aggregates, in particular these physical aggregates, we regard, it is nature is pure, but in actual reality, it is impure, even conventionally. We just peel the skin out, you yourself will be shocked. You yourself will find a bit awful, to see the skeleton and to see the bloods and to see the red flesh and etc. All the veins, it's not as nice as what we usually think about our body. You see, so we're very much caught up with the outer appearance to the whole kind of existent, as a pure. Then that is minimal. In Buddhist understanding of the impure is very much concerned of it is substance or it is cause, which is the delusion and the karma, you see. And when we think about the characteristic of delusion, in particularly attachment, grasping, and aversion, a very nasty kind of attitude, isn't it? When we arise, the wrong view of attachment, grasping, it is very unpleasant. It is not nice. And if we arise anger, the anger really is not nice, isn't it? Then worse than that, the ignorant is absolutely darkness. Absolutely, there's almost completely in the darkness of all the beauties. Is the darkness of all the characteristics, all the realities, all the you see. So the delusion is the main reason to commit action in relation to that. Then that brings about the rebirth, that the basis of our continuum, such as the human aggregates. You see. So when we learn about how the human life was formed, in Buddhist understanding, it requires 3 factors to form a human life. The father's substance, the mother's substance, then the third most important substance is the spirit, the continuum spirit from the past life. So this 3 factor is the basis to actualize human body, human life. But then you see, before the continuum enter into the true substance of father, mother, the egg and the sperm, the spirit need to generate a delusion. Without generating delusion, it cannot, it cannot settle into that true substance. So that's why even scientifically, even though the both father-mother substance are fertile, but sometimes it cannot form baby. You see, if it is just requirement to form a human body, the true substance is fertile, is good enough. That's not true. Even scientifically can prove that. You see, so the Buddhist understanding, the definitely for the womb birth, that you definitely need this true substance from parent. Then the consciousness, the spirit of the previous life need to enter into it. But the way to enter, the condition to enter, that you need to have the involvement of ignorant, you need to have the involvement of attachment, and you need to have the involvement of the aversion. By that itself, create completing karma to gain aggregates, which is the human aggregates like a body and the mind, as a subject to experience suffering, which is called the contaminated aggregates. In Buddhist understanding, the samsara, samsara, we call the samsaric body or the samsaric life or the samsara meaning is suffering, isn't it? So what really is the suffering? The real suffering is the pervasive compounded aggregates itself is the samsara, is the suffering. Why? Because it is a production or the influence of karma. Why that karma is so bad, whether it's positive or negative, why it's still so bad to produce only suffering? Because it is absolute cause is the delusion, the attachment, anger, and the ignorant. You see, so how this anger, how these three delusions are involved? You see, when the first time when the life of the previous reincarnation is complete, then the spirit pass through the intermediate state, and during the intermediate state, very much kind of like a transition, like a transition airport, like a transition to really to take off to a new kind of journey, which is the life. And during that period, it's very much like you are searching for the right bus or right aeroplane. You're really searching for the right vehicle. Very much the father mother. You see. So when the first ignorance is the previous spirit only able to see the desirous the aspect, the copulation, or only the substance, the semen and the egg, or only see the secret organs of the parent, and there's no awareness of seeing the overall, the complete, the characteristic of the parent is very much like focus on that. Then, if you are going to be born as a female, then you have an aversion to the mother and attached to the father. That also is a play of ignorance. In our common understanding, if you want to be born as a female, you should attach to mother, isn't it? But that's not the case. If you want to born as a female, you attach to father, the wrong opposite sex. Then you have an aversion to mother. Then that very moment, the spirit enter in that very moment. The spirit enter simultaneously when the two substance emerge together. You see. You see. So if you want to be born as a father, as a male, or then you have an attachment to the mother and aversion to the father. So that kind of play happens. You see, So in any way, my point here is, my point here is, you see, I'm talking about this false conception of regarding impure as a pure. Then from there, then the conception of these lives came about. Then from there, all the grasping, to protect, our life, our body, our resources, everything, interpreting them as a beneficial, everything, seeing essence in them. And because of that, a lot of suffering comes about. Then another misconception is suffering as a happiness. The misconception of suffering as a happiness. So the pervasive compounded aggregates in reality is a suffering, as mentioned before, but then we don't perceive that as a suffering. We rather perceive that as the kind of free of suffering, kind of like a no element of suffering in that, you see, and more than that, we tend to express that we experience happiness in the form of the sensual joys, and in Buddhist understanding, those sensual joys regarded as a suffering of change. By nature, it is suffering, not really a genuine happiness, you see. So because of the misconception of grasping suffering as a happiness, then, we caught up with all sort of distractions, all sort of distractions, like sensual distractions, and which is ourselves is evident in the whole life. We gather the needs for our senses, isn't it? Like just the 5 senses. We need beautiful things to see. We need beautiful things to hear. Many of us have so many collections of beautiful songs, isn't it? We have so many collection of furniture, isn't it? So many collection of so many things, throughout the life. So many things, if you really when you do in Australia, you do this garage sale, all the collection you go to sell, maybe you can earn $1 million, maybe. Unbelievable. Wherever we go, we collect things, Then so in some way we think that we are great collector. Even Buddhist practitioner, we have so many things, so many things. Now, older have no space to put any more things, you see. So, so you see. So then we collect all sort of ideas to make you feel good, isn't it? So many all sort of ideas, through since little child. Can imagine all those different stages of life that we have, all sort of funny ideas, even though it fades away through the age, but then but we never give up. even it fades away, the things that it really brings joy to our heart when we are a child, by the time when we are teenage, those are no more meaning, almost no more meaning, isn't it? But then things that we really enjoy in the teenage time, then, when we reach to older age, almost like all those things doesn't make any meaning, isn't it? But we still never give up. on that time, whatever pleases your heart. And then when before we meet Dharma, we have our own interest of, so many things together. After you meet Dharma, you kind of renounce the, most of the conventional worldly things and thought, oh, I see no essence. You start to give away, you start to renounce. You kind of feel like detached. You can just fly off to the cave or Himalayas anytime you like. Not as like before. So difficult to depart. You see, but then we play the same kind of, we repeat the same thing. But when we go to Himalaya, we make sure, collect Himalayan soils, Himalayan pictures, Himalayan flower, Himalayan tea, Himalayan tanga, Himalayan statue. When we come back from our retreat, our meditation, our back is like, it doesn't sound like any renunciation in there. It's very much it's very much like kind of we become more grasping to the sensual objects. Buddha. Yeah. So that's why we must admire Milarepa. He able to really keep up. He really able to keep up with that wisdom of understanding no meaning. So anyway, yes, you see, yeah. So what I'm saying, yes. So it's all very much because of false view, the hallucination, regarding suffering as happiness. It's very much talking about the preserving the sensual pleasure, sensual happiness. Of course, they're actualizing holy objects, actualizing all these wisdoms. We also do with the wisdom, isn't it? Of course, we do with the wisdom, but most of the time it's not. Most of time, because we like the shape, because we like the idea, because we like this and that, because we see some uniqueness, is very much concern of this very lifetimes. Anything we pursue in the concern of this very lifetime's purpose, then in the Buddhist understanding, regarded all is meaningless. Even it can be holy object. even the collection from your pilgrimage, all become meaningless, if we collect in the understanding of this very life's purpose, in Buddhist understanding, these are non-dharma, you see. So, but then again, not everyone is like me, people do really have a wisdom of dharma. You collect the statues, you collect the holy, holy relics for the benefit of future lifetimes, maybe for the benefit of enlightenment, for the benefit of numberless sentient beings' virtue, like how we collect holy objects for the centers, which are for the benefit of the rest of the people, for the benefit of enlightenment, so those are virtue, those are virtue, but not everyone has a wisdom like that, There may be people like me who is caught up with this hallucination, So anyway, yes. Okay. In fact, I already get distracted from my point. The first, what I wanted to say is the good part about this human life, human life, and the basis of human life, these aggregates, regarded one of the most favorable, one of the most precious, is more than the much more greater meaning, greater precious than the entire universe, precious gems, diamonds, sapphire, etc. One of the main reasons for that, the Ngaje come to them because of it because of this human body, because of this human life, constitute of 6 elements. Because of that, 6 elements, which none of the other, rebirth, have all those 6 constituents that what we human being has. And those 6 elements are on top of the 4 elements, what we call the earth, water, fire, wind, then channels and drop, like the potential of the special the component that human father, mother's egg and sperm carry, which has a special component that can serve to actualize human body. Even the animals, they have, like semens and eggs and etc. But they cannot produce human body, isn't it? So the human body, this drops is referring to the substance that we carry by father, mother. Then the main reason for that is this semen and this drop, like the eggs and the father, mother substance, has the karmically, not chemically. Also, you can say chemically, or both chemically and karmically. It has the capability to actualize, like those major necessary 72,000 channels, 72,000 different kind of chakras and channels, that which are the pathway to the maximum functions of our consciousness on the mount of the wind element, on the mount of the wind energy. You see, so therefore the channels and the drop and the 4 element. So we human being carry that kind of life, that kind of basis, that kind of body. And this body is, as mentioned before, one of the basis of the greatest potential. It's so powerful that this human body carries, that you can actualize end to the death completely. No more need to die. You can really bring end to the death and actualize everlasting life. You can, on the basis of this body, you can really actualize, full enlightenment, on this basis. On this basis of human body, human aggregates, you have the full capability to eliminate all the causes of cyclic existence. Both karma and delusion, you have the full potential to eradicate them. You also have the full capability to be most sensible being, most sensible being, by actualizing the greatest wisdom, the wisdom of emptiness, the greatest attitude, the attitude of great love, great compassion, altruism, all the way to the omniscient attitude of Buddha, the absolute freedom of liberation from all the cyclic existence and its causes. This body has this potential. You see, this human basis, because of these 6 elements constitute to our being. Because of that. So therefore, in Buddhist understanding, the best way to take off to liberation is human body. Because of that, even the Buddhas, the fortunate, 1,000 fortunate Buddhas, like in today's time, we are on the fourth time. Shakyamuni Buddha is the fourth from the 1,000 fortunate Buddha. All the 1,000 fortunate Buddha will choose to turn the will of the Dharma, or to come to show the path to liberation in our human realm, in this southern human realm. How great life it may be in the God realm is not as fortunate as a human birth. You see. You see. So now you see, where exactly this full potential actualized using this human aggregates, or this human life, where, in which point that you actualize best enlightenment, eradication of all the defilement and karma, if not at least liberation from delusion and the karma, not necessarily enlightenment. If that is not also possible, then at least realize the correct wisdom of knowing who really you are and how to relate yourself to rest of the phenomena, the emptiness wisdom. You see, at least, if not able to realize directly, but at least conceptually, to really to able to reach to the really basic of your true nature, at least in a conceptual way. All this thing able to do when we face death. Oh, now here comes. You see, so now here comes. You see how yummy the death is. How yummy the death. You see, even how great this life is, but the death doesn't come in our way. All this opportunity will be missed. You can train a lot. You can achieve a lot of wisdom, a lot of trainings, but then, really to come to a complete eradication, complete eradication of entirety of the condemnation, the death has to come in our way. The subtle consciousness has to depart from these aggregates, which is the departing of the clear light mind from the indestructible drop. So in my note, use the word indestructible drop, clear light mind. So you later when you read, you can relate to that. So you see. So yeah. So until then, even that indestructible drop is still belonging to this very lifetime's aggregates. And the substance of that indestructible drop actually comes from Father, Mother. You see? So even in a lifetime that you practice a lot, you may gain a lot of wisdom. But in order to really to actualize the completion of entirety of perfection, the eradication of the aggregates of this life has to happen. So from that point of view, wow, that the death is actually is not a bad thing. Is in fact it's an opportunity. Okay, now it's definitely one of the greatest, the best thing to happen to the practitioner's life. If you are a good practitioner, why the best practice, in the scripture illustrating the atmosphere around dying person. If you are the best practitioner, good practitioner, you die with so much excitement, like a child, expecting for Christmas gift. We're waiting for New Year gift. Like a new what do you call it? New the two person, new boyfriend and girlfriend, expecting for a big wedding ceremony, or just, expecting for a new child, wow, unbelievable, so much excitement, isn't it? Everyone's face will be filled with a smile, isn't it? A lot of flower bouquets, you see. So therefore, I think, if a good practitioner passes away, the flower bouquet is for celebration, not for mourning, it's like really like, all the flower bouquets, is for like rejoicement, you see. So anyway, not as easy as I want to say. So anyway, so now you see, so the best practitioner, die with so much confidence, so much joy, because they know that the best of the best practitioner, they know that the moment your consciousness, your clear light mind departs from the indestructible drop, you will be actualized Dharmakaya, means you'll be actualized immortal life, you'll be actualized Buddhahood. Who would not excite, isn't it? Then the second type of practitioner, not as excited as before, but at least like certain degree of confidence. You see, the confidence of that you're definitely going to be able to take the clear light onto the path, not kind of you waste the opportunity of clear light. You're rather able to take onto a path to at least realize emptiness, or at least maybe if you have already realized conceptual emptiness before, then now you realize the direct realization of emptiness, the non-conceptual wisdom, by non-conceptual wisdom, you see. So at least that you're able to purify your karma, and you're able to purify the general delusions like anger, attachment, ignorant. Then from that, after that onward, then you can pursue a journey to purify the tendency of the delusions. Then without much delay, that you will actualize perfect liberation or perfect enlightenment, like that. You see, then the minimum, the Buddhist practitioner emphasized that one should die without regret. One should at least able to die without regret. You see, so now meaning, die without regret, meaning you have fully utilized this precious opportunity of this, this life, this aggregate, which constitute of 6 elements. Remember, as mentioned before, you have fully utilized it. You see, meaning, so what do you mean by fully utilizing? What do you mean by utilizing fully? So in the general Buddhist understanding, in particularly the Mahayanic, Buddhist teaching, emphasize of actualizing the 5 power in the lifetime. There's a 5 power to practice. So you occupy your throughout life with the 5 powers. Then when you are dying, at the time of dying, you take those 5 powers as a guide to your journey, through the transition. You see, so the 5 powers during the lifetime, the first one is called the power of resolution. First one is called the power of resolution. Second one is called the power of familiarization. Third one is called the power of positive seed. Fourth one is called the power of revulsion. Then the fifth one is the power of prayers, power of aspirations and prayers, you see. So these are the 5 powers, you see. So when you live a life with these 5 powers in your day-to-day life, your life is fulfilling. You are very much prepared, well prepared to the long journey that comes by, death, intermediate state, and next rebirth. So very much this will make sure that at the time of death, You are not lost. You are not confused. You have a direction, you see. So now the power of resolution is all the time, every time, like at the beginning of our session, we set up a positive motivation, isn't it? So that is very much talking about all the time you set a positive resolution, positive motivation. You know, first you set a positive motivation, like altruistic motivation, compassionate motivation for the rest of your existence, entire your existence, and not just rest, but entire existence. You know, may my past, present, future life, everything be the cause of numberless sentient beings' benefit. Wow, wonderful, isn't it? Good resolution, complete that. Then, then after that, to really to specify, may this very life, whole life, be most meaningful for the cause of numberless sentient beings' happiness. Then this very year, this very month, this very week, this very day, then this very action. You see, and that's not a big kind of effort, isn't it? It's quite easy, actually, honestly speaking. You know, just to remember it, you know, get used to remembering it. You know, before you have coffee, you say, may my actions of having coffee be the cause of numberless sentient beings' happiness. Before you go to the toilet, may my going to the toilet be the cause of numberless sentient beings' happiness. Before you go to bed, may my going to sleep be the cause of numberless sentient beings' happiness. You know, or even before you want to argue with others, may my argument be the cause of numberless sentient beings' happiness. Even before you want to complain, the wife want to complain to husband want to complain to the wife, children want to complain to the parent want to complain to children. Before that, you set the motivation, you set the resolution. May my conversation not be wasted, meaningless, you know. May it be cause of numberless sentient beings' happiness. In particularly, may my husband will be able to listen to me correctly, accordingly. May he fulfill my wishes accordingly. You know, then may that be the cause of numberless sentient beings' happiness, starting from him and me and my family. Oh, this is very nice thing. You know, it's a very nice thing, isn't it? Nice thing to do that. And some more, maybe before even complain, the complaint already disappeared. The problem solved, you know. I mean, it's so powerful. Just the resolution can solve a lot of problems, you see. When happiness comes in your way, may this be the cause of numberless sentient being happiness. May suffering comes in your way, may this too be the cause of numberless sentient being happiness by purifying it. You know, so there are, if you want to elaborate this, then there are practice of Tonglen, you know, practice of taking and giving, you know, taking suffering onto the path, practice of purification, like, you know, by application of four open and power. Oh, there's so many amazing practice. The practice to develop your compassion, practice to develop your love, empathy, you know, unbelievable practice that you can integrate. So that is very much, in short, always, you know, to equip with positive motivation. So be habitual in that. That's the first power. Then the second power is familiarization. You see, so you familiarize with all the virtues in your very best. You know, if possible, whatever you do, try to do as close as harmony as possible in relation to what you have set the resolution, how you know what you set the motivation. So that's, you know, you set the motivation to benefit others, then you try your very best, whatever you do, you know, whatever you do. Like if you do gardening, since I set the motivation to benefit all sentient beings, now how I can just simply dig the soil without any concern of that I'm going to cut the worms, isn't it? So when you do the gardening, you will do with some sense of mindfulness, you know, some sense of mindfulness, you see. Then when you talk to other people, when you go around, mix with the people, you always kind of shield your body, speech, and mind with some sense of positive energy in the form of more positive speech, more positive language, more positive physical behavior, or more positive wisdom to interpret. Even someone scolding you, but then you have this resistance, the immune system to interpret it kindly, isn't it? So this is what I call, power of familiarization. That's the second power. So again, that is just have to remember, initially may not be so effective, but it's so beneficial. Eventually you become your life like that. And the third one is power of positive seed. So power of positive seed is to accumulate as much as possible, virtuous imprint in your continuum, virtuous imprint, through the door of your body, speech, and mind. How to do that? Physically try to be serviceable to the well-beings of others. Maybe start with always volunteer to cook nice dish using your limbs, your body, your effort, have a nice dish for your family, isn't it? And if you're going for shopping with your parent or your spouse or your children, maybe you can just give a hand to carry the shopping bag by yourself rather than, like you go free hand and let others to carry everything, isn't it? Just as simple as that, and you can expand, more than that. You can really go out there to serve in the community using this human physical capability. You see, there's so many things to do. Then, like in individual's house, there's an altar. You can do a lot of offerings. Can you imagine if someone don't have a hand, even they want to do a water bowl offering, flower offering, would be hard, isn't it? We are so fortunate to have a hand, all the limbs. Why don't we just use to accumulate a lot of positive seeds? Like doing prostrations. Wow, wonderful exercise for your body. Use to hold your limb to do prostrations, etc. In the center, like cleaning the gomba, setting up an altar, making the center as a like celestial mansion. I remember Buddha house, amazing. I always see, from outside to inside, and especially I saw now from the entrance already beautiful flowers. Then so many all in the gomba, all the holy all the altars are now coming to fill up with holy objects. Unbelievable. All these are you really invest your body, speech, and mind, and that way you accumulate a lot of positive seeds. You also let many others to create so much positive seeds. Unbelievable. Rejoice, you see. And yeah, similar, other standards like Dedongling, like expanding, all these are accumulation of positive seed. You see, like you see, we all know, our senior practitioner Bill, physically, he have some health issues, but never give up. You see, still using his body and mind and the speech to, you can see the Dedongling is an example. You see, like Tony, like in the Buddha house, and the rest of the team beautifying, and you can do that at your home. Oh, my time finished. You can do that. You can do that at your home. You can do that in the center. You can do that in a community. You can do that anywhere. These are the way to accumulate positive seeds. Just keep ourselves busy doing things that which can be a condition to accumulate virtues, virtues and merits, positivities, like that. You see. Oh. Then recitation of mantras, recitation of sutras, then listening to Dharma discourses. You see, when you read, when you understand the meaning, the benefit of reading sutras, listening Dharma discourses, unbelievable benefits, unbelievable benefits. You see, then meditation on the meaning of the Dharma, cultivation of loving kindness, compassion, wisdom, all this, unbelievable. There's so many. Then power of revulsion. Then you do, day to day, you do purification practice. We as a human being, already ourselves enveloped or caused or contaminated, controlled by karma and delusion, of course we will do wrong thing, you see, of course we will do wrong thing. But the thing is, we don't just kind of like say, I do wrong thing, I'm an ordinary human being and just let it be, not like that. Especially someone who is a spiritual practitioner, especially as a Buddhist practitioner, once you meet Buddha Dharma, then you should take opportunity to purify them. You see, there's not even a single negativity that which cannot be purified by the application of four opponent power, power of reliance, proper following your positive teacher like Buddha, the guidance of Dharma, then influence of Sangha, then really recognize fault as a fault. If you get angry to someone, don't hurt yourself. Don't kind of like say, oh, I'm so bad and sit there. Not like that, You say, yes, anger is bad. It's bad for me, bad for them. So I recognize so that, I want to let go. I want to really forgive, forgive myself, forgive others. Then make sure that I really have a clear idea about the disadvantage of anger, and I will not let it arise again in future. You see, so recognize, and also we should understand that life is infinite from the past. Then for infinite lifetime, we were controlled by karma and delusion. So like this life, we do a lot of wrong thing. Similar in the past life, we have done abundance of wrong thing. So not only I purify this life, I will take the platform of this human intelligence and the opportunity that we have with Dharma, that I want to purify this and the rest of the negative karma of the past. And I also want to block the door to the accumulation of future karma, future negative karma, you see. So that is the second opponent power. So then third one, then on the basis of that, then you meditate on love, meditate on compassion, or think about compassion, love, or you just express compassion and love to others, or even express compassion, love to yourself, etc. Then meditation on selfless, wisdom of emptiness, etc., etc. The entire Lamrim, entire mind training teachings, entire Sutra and Tantra, all are the antidotes. Okay, there's no kind of like this is right, that is not. No, any of the teaching that you see in Lamrim, which many of you are familiar, any of the teaching you see in the mind training teaching, which you are very familiar, just using whatever, open the page and just write that, using it play as antidote. You see, there's so many mantras. Sometimes we get confused which mantra to recite. This mantra, maybe this mantra is not good. Maybe that mantra will be more powerful. No worries. Individually, there may be some affinity, but from the Buddha's point of view, every those mantras and practices are equal. So you just grab it. We just need to remember to grab it and use it. So I think our main issue here, like me, I hope you are not in that position. There are plenty of methods, but don't use it. We hardly use it. We stay away from that. So that's so don't fall into the way I do. So many books, but so many mantra. Okay, you sit there. I have nothing to do with you. So we have to make a habit of, I have everything to do with you, dear mantra. I have everything to do with you, all the Lamrim. I have everything to do with you, all the Lojong teachings, all the deities, sometimes appear very wrathful, sometimes appear peaceful, sometimes say Tara, sometimes say Maitreya, Chenrezig, Guru Rinpoche, whatever. Oh, I have relationship with everybody. Yeah. So whichever comes your way, all those antidotes. Then the last one is, you're just committing that I will try my best not to commit, such negativities again, like that. Okay, so those are so as long as we live a life with this 5 power in our life, then almost there's no room for us to feel meaningless of our life. So this is one of very important practice. You can summarize in here. Whether we go through all those, memorization, all the depth process or not, if you can, of course, that has another level of practice. And especially those practices are very much, in relation to tantric yogas, tantric practices. And when you have tantric initiations, basic well understanding of emptiness, well understanding of bodhicitta, if possible realization, then proper learning of the tantra, then all the dissolution, the death process become very meaningful. That very much like there's a title of practice called practicing through the generation stage and completion stage in tantra. The death process practice becomes so meaningful if you integrate through the generation and completion stage. You see, and it can be quite complicated. You see, but this one is not complicated. This one is as equal benefit. If we do properly in the 5 power, it's almost equal to the rest of the other practice, so like that. So now when the influence, the impact of the 5 power in the lifetime, at the time of we are passing away, the sequence do change a little bit, but no need to worry about the changing of the sequence. But if you know the sequence, then there's a gradual kind of preparation to yourself, when you are settling, going through the process of the death. So that is, first one is power of positive seed. Then the second one is power of prayers. Third one is power of purification or revulsion. Then the fourth one is the power of resolve. Then the fifth one is the power of familiarization. Okay, so the first one, the power of positive seed is when you know that, let's say the doctor say you have a certain amount of time to live, or we know, it's now here comes the benefit of if you know the death process. If you know the death process, if you know the dissolution of the 4 elements, then you roughly know where you are, how long you have time for really going away from this life. So then, once you know that, then you see the power of positive seed means giving up all your material goods, so basically letting go, your material goods are certain thing you offer as a meritorious benefit, like offer to your object of respect, triple gems, your gurus, sanghas, etc. Then these certain of your material things, you give as a gift to your children, your family, and make a charity to the needy people, So from there you accumulate a lot of merit of generosity, and that alone is one of very powerful cause for us to retake again, this precious human rebirth. Because in order to take the precious human rebirth, there are few major causes, 3 major causes. One is generosity, practice of generosity in lifetime. Second one is a practice of moral discipline, being a moral person. Then the third one is making aspiration to be reborn as to precious human rebirth, where you can continue your practice. You see, so at the time of death, that you are letting go of the object of your attachment is very important. And also one of the major obstacles at the time of death that which create negative karma is attachment grasping, clinging to the things that you earn, clinging to the people that you attach to, and including there's a clinging to your body. And these are regarded is a great obstacle, So at the time of dying, we don't let go of any clinging. So one of the very important is whether we are dying or whether you are helping someone who is in dying process. Most important thing is tell them, let go, let it settle in your heart. Everything we will take care for you. Everything we will do according with your wish. You don't have to worry about family. You don't have to worry about your possessions. You don't have to worry about anything else. You just settle your heart in sense of, dignity, sense of gratitude, sense of, virtue if possible, like love, compassion, bodhicitta, emptiness, or just place your whole refuge in your object of refuge. If you're Buddhist, Buddha, or Guru, or if you are Christian, then to the God. The rest of the theistic religion, you can place your complete refuge in your God. All this play as a positive antidote to let go of the attachment. If we are not careful with that, based on Buddhist understanding, there's an actual, the real story happened. There's many stories, but the one story, there's one meditator in Tibet, and he has one attendant, and the meditator, has certain kind of, higher wisdom to do predictions, observations, etc. So there's a lot of visitors in between his retreat. A lot of visitors come to see him, and people feel very appreciative of his help. So they make offering to him, like in that time, maybe gold, silver, or whatever. So whenever he get these valuable offerings, he don't really have much trust on his attendant. So they live in a very remote kind of retreat hut. So behind the hut, there's a field, that kind of a field where he plant vegetables, etc. So each time after the visitor left, he go behind his retreat hut, but then he don't let his attendant to follow him, say, don't come with me. So attendant, of course, as the Guru, I respect, you say, don't follow me, I won't follow you. So don't really know exactly what the Guru is doing behind the retreat hut. But in fact, he was digging the ground and bearing all the golds, all the offering that he get, because he don't trust the attendant, and also, he thought that he's going to live long, whatever, I don't know, with all the, confusions or whatever it is. So anyway, but suddenly, his body was struck by diseases, like kind of paralyzed, and until he cannot say in word with his speech, he cannot move his, body, and without much taking long, he passed away. So at the time of dying, he was unable to tell to his attendant what things have he buried. At the same time, he cannot take along himself, isn't it? So he was thinking about that. He was attached to that. He was concerned about that, So when he passed away, in the eyes of the attendant is my great Guru meditator, and surely he's going to, and somewhere in the society, he was well respected. So he thought that he's going to, reborn as kind of high realized reincarnation. So the attendant went to ask other meditator who also have some clairvoyance. He said, can you predict where my Guru's reincarnation is? Then the meditator said, you go and search behind your retreat, your Guru retreat hut, you will find him there. So he went there and he searched, he couldn't find anybody. He was expecting some very beautiful young child, etc. like that, but he couldn't find anybody. So he went back to the master and said, I couldn't find anybody. And he said, oh, you trace the footprint of your Guru, and said, do you remember that after the visitor left that he always go behind, so you trace that and you dig the soil there and you will find his reincarnation there. So he dig the soil, then he found one frog, kind of the whole, the limbs are stretched, like kind of like protecting, like covering something. So then he went back to the meditator and said, I couldn't find the reincarnation of my Guru. I only saw one frog. Then the master said, that frog is your Guru's reincarnation. He was shocked. He said, why? Because when he passed away, he was attached to those things that he had buried there. That's why his consciousness was, reborn as a frog there to protect, continue to apprehend. So you see, so therefore, whether we are dying, whether someone is dying, one of the most important things is for, to really to release from any kind of attachment. Then there are many other stories. If you die with aversion, many other stories. If you die with jealousy, pride, ego, so many other, negative result that comes by. So therefore, at the time of dying, so important to die with positive thinking. That's why the 5 powers is one of them, to make sure that you die with positive thinking. So now, yeah. So that's why the charity is very beneficial. Or then after that, then after you give away, then you see, then you make a strong prayer that may I, best may I able to actualize Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. If not, at least, I born in a pure land, the pure land of the Buddhas, which is not that far compared to the Buddhahood. Then if not, at least may I reborn as a precious human rebirth, where there I have a full freedom and opportunity to continue my practice, to be able to success my enlightenment in that lifetime. You see, so that is the prayer that So if you are going through the process, or if someone is going through the process, then try to remind that, and try to remind this prayer. First, you help with the generosity, then secondly, you remind with this prayer and ask them to focus on this prayer. Then the third one is power of revulsion. That if you have any kind of grudge, any kind of regret, any kind of whatever to be settled, in particular in relation to aversion, negative karma, then you just let go. You just forgive. Nothing to hold back. You just kind of have a open, very peaceful heart to every situation and every being, because by understanding there's no benefit to holding back. There's no benefit at all. I cannot go back to settle things. I already know that I'm end to the life. You see, so just accept it and let go. Let go. So again, you have to, with this wisdom, you comfort yourself, you purify. You also help someone who's dying. You do the same thing. Then the fourth one is the power of resolve. Also there, you make a strong kind of motivation that whatever virtue that you are familiar to, it could be emptiness, bodhicitta, love, kindness, compassion, guru yoga practices, remembrance of Buddha, whatever good, positive thing, that may I able to place my concentration on that throughout the journey of the dissolution of the four elements and the dissolution of the rest of the conceptual dissolution, like 80 concepts of dissolution, through the white appearance, red appearance, near black appearance, and all the way up to the departing of the clear light mind from the indestructible drop. Then even after that, during the intermediate state, until you take the rebirth, may I able to place my focus on my practice. You see, so that can be very helpful. When you make resolution to something, it helps for you to stay focused, isn't it? In our normal life, isn't it? So that works similar at the time of dying. You see, so when someone is dying, you try to help the person, emphasizing this. Okay, stay focused, and good to learn about what is their main practice. If possible, especially palliative care, hospice care, or even any of us, when we face anyone who's going through that process, then if we know a little bit of their background, their spiritual practice, if someone, the patient is non-Buddhist and you are Buddhist, don't emphasize Buddhist teachings. Try to emphasize about their own teaching, their own gods, their own practice, or at least secular, universal kind of practice like love, compassion, forgiveness, etc. Don't talk about Buddha. It may even bring a confusion at the end of the day. So if it's a Buddhist, then you use, there's numberless tools that you can use. Whatever it is, very important to know the main, most familiar practice to that person, because whatever is familiar is easy to comes in your mind, isn't it? And so that's the main purpose. Even certain practice may be so powerful, but it may not be familiar to that person, and you keep emphasizing what you think is best is not a best solution. You see, so like that, So maybe just one single word, you settle. I'm there to help you. I take care everything. You just calm and just try to appreciate your life. You have done a lot of good things, even though that person have done maybe majority bad thing, but then little good thing. But at that point, it's important to remind only to the good side, so that his heart will have some sense of, virtuous influence, you see. So that's very important. Then the last one, the power of familiarization. So that's already mentioned before. Whatever is familiar, if you are going through that process, don't try to, kind of grab everything, emptiness, bodhicitta, Guru Yoga, Tantra, Sutra, that's the weakest spirit of our life. The whole energy is already so weak. Our body is so weak, and our body is in fact bound also to, to the mind to stay focused. Both of them interdependent, isn't it? So the mind also going through a dissolution. That's why mind also weak. Body also going through a dissolution of the 4 elements. Body also weak. So we cannot kind of, hope to remember whatever memorization you have done in your life. All the techniques and the numbers. Don't worry about that. You just put everything aside. You see. In lifetime, you have done your very best. Okay. So now, usually what I would say is, I use this word, remember the switch. Don't have to worry about how the wirings are set up, what kind of brain of your, electric bulb, which company have set up your electricity wire. No worries about that. As long as you know the switch, and that one switch, that one switch, how old it may be, how new it may be, that one switch, in complete period of darkness, as long as you know roughly, as long as you know the switch, you on the switch, that will help to see everything. You see? So here, what will help to see everything? The subconscious mind is the one that will help to see every effort you have done in your life. Nothing is wasted. In Buddhist understanding, every virtue you have done, everything stored as an imprint in your consciousness. You see? So that also one of the very powerful reason in Buddhist teaching that, the genuine Buddhist practitioner never really kind of focus on I gain the realization tomorrow. I want some light coming out from my body, or I able to float. The genuine Buddhist practitioner, the main focus is consistent practice, uninterrupted practice, day and night, day to by day, whole throughout life. Knowing without wasting our time, we're able to accumulate all the imprints in our continuum. And our subtle mind is much more smarter than our gross mind. Know exactly how to set all the puzzle. Our gross mind is confused mind, as already told before, isn't it? Conceptual already confused. And worse than that, the sensual destruction will make even us more confused. Everything we tend to understand opposite, interpret opposite. Subconscious mind is so clever that, how messy it may be, they know how to put the puzzle perfectly. You see, so now, since we are beginningless lifetime, we have accumulation of numberless wisdoms, numberless virtues, you see. So you just add up more and more, and just make sure use the natural clear light, meaning use the natural experience of the most subtle mind, subtle consciousness, which is at the time of death only comes in your way, to take the maximum benefit, to utilize all the accumulation of numberless eons of lifetimes, accumulation of virtue there, and to get the best result, could be Buddhahood. For that, the most important is need the switch. So at the time of the last moment, even all this earlier one, everything just put aside, you remember, yes, but you remember there's a gradual thing, but at the last one, just remember the switch, the power of familiarization. It could be just It could be just one genuine smile that you have expressed to your child. It could be that. Or just one positive thing that somehow that always comes in your mind. Could be that. Or could be expression of love, expression of compassion, or maybe the sound of Om, maybe sound of Om Mani Padme Hum, or maybe just an image of your guru's picture, or maybe image of Mother Tara, or it could be just, someone just inspired you in some way. It could be just one, word that you have heard in your life that really impact your virtue. It could be anything, you see. So when we come to that stage, we cannot kind of try to grab things that we are not really capable to. And we need to accept the reality. Our memory is losing. Our concentration is losing, you see. But at the same time, you need something to really to channel or lead the light to rest of the brightness, to see the rest of the wisdom. You see, so therefore, like very much like chanting. If you are helping someone, since you know that coming to the end, you already will see. The eyes are already closing, cannot open, there's no response, but it still got very lengthy breathing. Even you see that the breathings are going very like a deep out, but then breathing in like short or whatever. You already know it's that process is already happening, and it's almost like come to the fourth stage, because the clinical death is the time that when you experience the dissolution of a wind element. So after wind element is actualized, all the sensual awareness is completely disappear. You see, completely disappear. So from that onward, mainly not the subtlest mind, but still subtle than the conscious, the conceptual, and the subtle than our sensual mind will start to manifest, which is quite close to is very much close to the store of the imprint, have a more clear, you see. So our effort to ourselves and also to others, especially when you start to breathe in and out so lengthy, and that it's very close, then we cannot confuse by saying too many things, doing too many things. You really have to focus, you see. So like that. So that's why in our day-to-day life, we put best effort to accumulate as much as imprint as possible through study, through contemplation, through meditation, through activities as much as possible, in everything, you see. But then at the same time, you have one focus meditation to really it's almost like making sure, to actualize that switch, that's very important, you see. Like many Tibetans, their switch is Dalai Lama's face. He's known as the Dalai Lama's face. Unbelievable. And there's a prediction, or there's an analysis that people have expressed, people have experienced, at the time of dying, that they remember Dalai Lama's face, because for them, Dalai Lama is Buddha. Dalai Lama is their guru. Dalai Lama is like most precious in everything, and people really get comforted by that. So, like absolute refuge in him. And at the time of dying, it's so easy to remember his face, So some people, they even put, his picture in front of the dying person, just looking at it and close and die. And there's a lot of positive sign that person have taken better rebirths, higher rebirths. And Dalai Lama himself spoken many times that he experienced, many people through that. And he also confidently said, okay, yeah, don't worry. You're already, sick and old and, near death. Don't worry. Remember me, you'll be all right. You see? So that's the switch. And we all individual can have a different kind of switch. So remember the switch, okay? Okay, I think, yes, maybe I stop here. Oh, yes, another, sorry, maybe I complete this one. So if it is a, not an accident or it's a gradual process of dying, then there's some physical adjustment, like how to lie down, also make a different impact, So you can help this to do with someone is dying, or you can do this for yourself if the death comes in your way. Sleeping posture, which is the lion posture. Like when you look at the Shakyamuni Buddha Parinirvana, image, then you will see, sleeping in lion posture like this, sideways. Then put your, the small finger into your left nose, like that. So again, there's a lot of reason for that, but anyway, it helps to the virtuous imprint to take effect in your subconscious mind, as well as to really to harmonize with the chakras and channels, and then including the transferring of consciousness. There's a lot of benefit there. So that's one thing. Yeah. So sleeping like that, then yes. Also the images that you organize around in the room, initially it's beneficial to have all the positive, arrangements like that. Okay, so I stop here. So I think already past the time. I'm sorry for that. But still, you want to have 1-2 questions? I rush you from your breakfast. Now I also try to make you give up your lunch. I create so much karma.
Geshe, I've had a request from the kitchen that they need to do the lunch now.
Okay.
So can we
Carry
have all
on.
the questions at the end?
Yeah, maybe we can do that. Later, I will just like read my notes, then we'll try to find a time to question and answer, okay?
Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
We'll be back at 2 p.m.
Okay, see you. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Oh, hello, Tashitele. I hope you had good lunch. Okay. You have any questions? We want to do some question answer if, before we move on.
This is on? Yes. Yes, Geshe Zopa, I have a question about what kind of rebirth we should be aiming for. I was talking about this at lunch with a friend here, and we were wondering if it was better to take a precious human rebirth or to be reborn in a pure land.
Yeah. I think both choices are good choice. You just grab either of it, whatever comes in your way. Both are very meaningful. Both requires some basic necessary causes, and also at the time of the transition, when we go through the death process, to equip with beneficial conditions to really, complete the necessary needs for us to take the rebirth. So, as for if one wish to be reborn in the Pure Land, then of course in lifetime as well as at the time of dying, the observations of moral value, then the practice of virtues like such as generosity are similar requirement for both human rebirth as well as to reborn in a Pure Land. The extra requirement to reborn in a Pure Land, the aspiration has to be strong to be reborn in a Pure Land. And the second, the different requirement is based on the different sutras emphasize about the admiration of the description of the Pure Land. So to have some familiarity about the Pure Land. So when we passing away, that time, if we remember those visions that familiarize about the Pure Land, that link our continuum to result there. So the aspiration and familiarization of the Pure Land. As for human being, then the aspiration is to be born as a human being. Otherwise, the other two major factor is the at the time of dying, the moral value and the accumulation of the virtuous imprint in the practice of generosity extra in lifetime. As far as concerned with further benefit from that rebirth, it's quite equal. Because once you reborn in a pure land, when you have the causes and condition to be able to reborn in pure land, that means within that very lifetime, have this like similar kind of opportunity that what we have in human rebirth to actualize enlightenment. You see, so being reborn in the pure land is not similar to being reborn in a God realm. So it is out of a God realm, even though it's not an enlightened state and not a God realm, not the normal God realm within what we describe within the 6 realms of silent existence. Even geographically, if you want to picturize, it's very much like from Buddha House to the Adelaide Hill, that much kind of distance between the normal God realm to the pure land of like Amitabha, Cheresik, Tara, or any of the deity. All the deities has their own, pure land. It's very much like a base camp, to reach to the summit. So yeah, something like that. So so the result wise, both so beneficial. So that's the reason I think I can say grab it whichever comes in your way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Geshe. Geshe, they say not to touch the body after the person has died. And I'm just wondering what you do in a situation where you actually find someone who has just died, but you need to move them to perhaps put them straighter in the bed or to move some of the body waste after the death. How does one go about that?
Yeah. So one of the main reasons why not to touch the body or not to have, the external like disturbances, like moving the body or making, all sort of unfamiliar sounds, etc., is because of because of the fragileness of the clear light in the indestructible drop. You see, so that's the key thing, because the indestructible, the subtle consciousness, very much mount to the indestructible drop, and the indestructible drop is very much a whole by the subtle wind element. Then that coated with the other rest of the element, and that basis on the gross element, including the gross element of our body. So the moment there's a little kind of shaking, a little kind of, especially to the physical body, little shaking occurs, that make the indestructible drop to, open, and the force of the wind element become kind of like hammering to the indestructible drop. Then the consciousness tends to depart. So in order not to happen that, is asking not to move around the body, touch the body, etc., because the energy wise very sensitive, because it linked to subtle to the gross elements. That's one. Even though it's a dead body, but it's still linked to all the different level element. Now, So there's two basic reasons for that. If it's an ordinary person, not really taking the clear light as a path, then that period is one of the most blissful period, one of the most pure period. It's very much like you are settling on your ultimate nature. You are settling, entirety of your being is very much settled in your absolute nature, both the conventional and ultimate nature, which is the very much the awareness of being in the void of any clinging to anything. At the same time, the continuum is existing, and that existence is sense of in the state of freedom from any clinging that brings about sense of bliss. So the union of void and blissfulness, or union of emptiness and bliss, or the bodhicitta, or union of wisdom and method, by it is natural occurring that individual experience after a long time, and may not experience for a long time. Because in order to experience that, naturally is through the death, through the experience of death. Only after dissolution of entire gross conceptual ideas, like such as from the death process, in order to reach to the clear light, you need to seize the 80 conceptual delusions or 80 conceptual minds. Then in order to reach to that level of subtle 80 conceptual mind, you need to overcome, you need to seize all the elements, the gross elements, from earth to the wind. So it is such a meaningful to remain in that state, even someone is not spiritual, and that is very much like true happiness, true peace, that which we may not see that person experiencing, but that being, have the opportunity to experience, and externally because of the way how we handle the corpse, may let that beings to release that experience and get into intermediate state. And when once get into intermediate, so there's a two-way: either go through intermediate state or either directly take reborn into other 6 realms. So if you are being reborn in the hell realm, animal realm, form, God realm, human realm, all go through the process of intermediate state. And the intermediate state is a very challenging journey again. It's very much like the challenge that what we go through the death process in the intermediate state, being also go through the same process. It's just a matter of how lengthy, such as the trouble of the experience of dissolution, etc., and also the trouble of reviving as a being. There's roughly in Buddhist understanding, the life of the intermediate state is 49 days, and each 7 days the intermediate state being dies. So whenever it dies and whenever it revives the life, experience the entire the 8 different type of dissolution. Or then when they revive, 8 different type of dissolution is the thing that basis that you revive. Like how the baby, it's quite a challenging for baby to form, isn't it? And baby to form and get born into this world is not an easy thing, isn't it? Even for the baby, only don't know how to say it, but actually it's a lot of trouble. So even if someone is not practitioner, just to be able to stay some time, in peacefully in the clear light, natural clear experience is such a wonderful thing, So that's one of the reason. Okay, that's one of the reason. Another reason also, whether you are spiritual or not, during the experience of clear light, whatever manifestation of being occurred there is not virtue, neither virtue nor non-virtue. It's completely kind of free of those, differences. So meaning that you are still kind of in a neutral, very free, pure state. So that's one thing. As far as concerned with the practitioner, then clear light time is the most crucial to take the full essence of the benefit of the lifetime training in the practice. You see, how to say, the whole purpose of the meditation on death process is for us to reach to that point of the experience of clear light, meaning to overcome to overcome 25 course element, like such as five aggregates: form, feeling, discrimination, compositional factor, consciousness. Then the 4 elements: earth, water, fire, wind. Then the 6 sources, like eye, like sense basis of eye, ear, nose, tongue, what you call the factility and mental sense base, then including the 5 visual objects. Then by overcoming the 80 different type of the conceptual in the 3 different stages, the conceptual virtuous mind, conceptual non-virtuous mind, like such as desire, etc. All has to be eliminated, through the process in order to experience the most subtle state of mind, which is called clear light mind. And that clear light mind experience by nature itself is experience of emptiness. So there are debates. Some researchers, like the philosophers and Buddhist practitioner, says that the clear light experience is not an experience of emptiness. It is similar like experience of emptiness. But many would agree that that is the actual experience of emptiness. When you experience the actual experience of emptiness, not necessarily you realize emptiness. You realize the wisdom of emptiness. So therefore, the actual clear light experience is the experience of the highest wisdom, coming into aware of how exactly the emptiness wisdom to be. So you really experience emptiness even without any experience of emptiness. Now, in relation to practitioner, you know exactly, you learn about all the definition of emptiness, and you also know how to utilize the emptiness as a most beneficial part, like using as an antidote to eradicate the defilement. So now, for practitioner, when that natural emptiness arises, then depend on how effective training you have. For some, instantly, you realize emptiness right there. The moment experience, you realize emptiness. But for some, they take long time. They take long time to really to go through the whatever training you have again, on the basis of the imprint, subconscious level, the whole process of knowing the emptiness, then realizing it, then using that emptiness wisdom to eradicate the delusion there. So it can be many days of work, but then again, the the effectiveness of practice at that time don't really define by how many days it takes also. But some practitioner, even though they are in the best state of the practice, but they choose to remain there for a long time to do the meditation very thoroughly, very, very relaxedly. Because as I mentioned before, even natural experience, that's the best time. So you see, so there's some practitioners, they really take a long time to really realize the emptiness, then get into absorption meditation on emptiness. Then many practitioners, they even go through, level by level stages of the, the 5 parts and 10 bhumis that explain through the teaching. Then they actualize the Dharmakaya, you see. But the practitioner is, quite weak, even though they know the practice. But if it's weak, then by moving the body, by making all sort of, disturbances, it triggers the indestructible drop to open. The moment it opens, the consciousness depart. Like that. The subtle consciousness is very much in the form of wind element. So it's very much the consciousness, mount on the wind element. The most subtlest wind element, you see. So there's also factor of wind element together with the consciousness. And when that energy open, the wind energy depart. The moment wind energy depart, either, if you are not successful reaching the enlightenment or whatever, then you reach to intermediate state. The moment come out from the indestructible drop, the next is a simultaneous, you actualize intermediate state. So another long process, you see. So it's because of that. Is that okay? Something like that. Some practitioner, you see, they get into clear meditation for a long time. Then some they really, get into that concentration for months, you see. And then the surrounding, practitioner have a certain capability to know what's going on. Then once the other practitioner know that the disease master already reached the benefit of the practice, then you request the dead person to stop the meditation because we need to do the cremation of the corpse, etc. So I saw that in relation to my late master. His meditation was actually requested him to stop. He was carrying on. By 7 days, he's still carrying on. And there's a observation done that he will, stay in meditation for, he seems like planned for about 20 over days. But then check with the Champa Lama Sopa Rinpoche, and Rinpoche did an observation and says on that 7th day, then we request Geshe to conclude the meditation. So there are ritual practices like recitations of, usually we use the recitation of Griya Samaja Tantric treaty. Then also some other ritual practices, like even ringing the bell, etc. So we perform that ritual. Then it's very much like on the balloon that you poke a needle like that, So until then, it's a dead person's body conventionally, but it's the living radiance, living. There's no smell, dead body smell, and all the flesh is like a living person, even though not breathing. But the moment that the meditation conclude, the whole thing like kind of like balloon collapse. Then there are usual sign that also to the meditator as well as to the ordinary people who pass away. One of the clear sign that you can see whether the clear light mind is departed or not, is to see the fluid that comes from either from the nose or from this secret organ. Usually from the nose, the substance relation to father, both female and male got the both substance, father substance, mother substance. The father substance, the gross one is very much formation of brain, formation of the flesh, etc. The mother's one is very much the fluid, like the blood, the cells, many other cells, etc. So if the body is healthy person's body, not went through a very, very weak, state of process of dying, then you can witness like a gray color, whitish color from the nostril. The moment clear light leaves, the real death occur. You see that. But if the person is weak, then to make sure that confirm the person is really dead, spiritually dead, the consciousness is left. Then from the secret organ, you will find the white kind of discharge. So for Buddhists, until that we are confirmed the final or spiritual death occur, we still regard the person is still alive. And when the person alive, if we do cremations or if we do anything, even the disturbance of the body, regard that create a heavy karma. So that's why we, usually, whether you are a practitioner or not, roughly, the duration about 3 days. People after clinical death, they still remain the consciousness in the body. But then again, like in the normal people, because of moving body, touching body, that trigger to clear light to disappear, right? So I mean, in the hospital, most of the time, all those disturbance comes in your way, and really, I think possible to also actualize the spiritual death by disappearing by the clear light going out from the body, something like that. Yeah. Okay.
Geshe, if a person is dying and they've led a life of killing, say like a butcher or someone like that that's killed a lot of animals, and then at the time of death they suddenly regret what they've done, can they then accumulate a lot of positive karma and then either have a positive, a precious human rebirth or be born in a Pure Land? Is it possible?
Yes, it is possible. Based on Buddhist understanding, it's possible. In fact, mind of regret to the non-virtuous deeds is a very powerful virtue. Is one of a very powerful antidote to purify negative doings. So definitely, that can be very powerful. And beside that, if the person, have the basic necessary causes like practicing generosity, then practicing moral conducts, then have a sense of aspiration to be born as a precious human rebirth, then surely possible. Yes, there are practitioners. There are people their whole life they practice virtue, practice dharma, but at the time of death, due to attachment, like I give an example this morning. About that practitioner who born as a frog, just because of the last moment of the mind become non-virtue, then whole life the virtues unable to complete to bring impact on the next rebirth. It doesn't mean that whatever accumulation of virtue that you have done in your life is lost. It doesn't mean that, but it's interrupted by non-virtuous completing karma. Then the immediate rebirth will be unfavorable. You see, so you see, so the lifetime being virtue is so important. At the same time, at the time of death, equally is most important to interact with the virtue. So like that, yeah.
don't think there's any more questions. From,
Okay.
but I'm not sure about online. Is there-
Anyone from online have question?
How do we know? John, can you see?
Yes, Venerable Lindy there.
Oh, there's Venerable Lindy. Yeah.
Geshe, I would just like to know if what determines when people take when rebirth happens within that 49 days. Do some take rebirth sooner than the 49 days, and what determines that? Or do they have to stay in 49 days even over and over? And what determines like that?
So, so the based on the Buddhist tantric, mainly all this understanding comes from as far as concerned with the Sanskrit treatise, then it comes from tantric teaching. The duration in intermediate state, the longest is 49 days, but it can be so short that just a moment in the intermediate state, just a moment. And based on the teachings that if we have a very strong virtuous karma to take impact to reborn in the higher realms, then the intermediate state also become very short. Or the similar, if we have a very strong negative karma to reborn in the lowest kind of realms like hell, etc., also the intermediate state is very short. Then in between, then it can be just 7 days, 7 days, and the longest is a 49 days. By then you will anyhow will take rebirth. So that's how we understand. Yeah, something like that. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so then you see. So I think the last session, when very much I was based on very much in relation to our own journey of death. Then there can be a lot of laughter. So I laugh so much also. But then again, when it comes to the journey, experiencing journey of death in relation to one's loved one, one's pets, or that's very hard. That's very, very settling and very, 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 very heartbreaking. And in particularly, those loved ones, or especially like animals, those who are not much in the environment of virtues, by their own nature of the body, like many of the animals, or even the human, loved one. Somehow, maybe they don't believe in spiritual practice, or they don't believe in death, life and death, rebirth, etc. And basically, whole life just spent on the basis of the sensual experiences. Then when the reality of death comes, and someone who know the practice, or who have who know the fact that there's life and rebirth and how the karma impacts, then can be very challenging to handle that situation, isn't it? Basically, every one of us in our life, we directly or indirectly went through that scenario, in the circle of our life. Our great parents are no more. They are our previous generation, and if that understanding, relate to, that kind of experience come in relation to closer ties, like such as our parents, etc. Then it's very, very, very tough, very tough. So, so now, how to help them? How to overcome the difficulty? Because the fact is, whether you believe or not, when the death comes in your way, especially those who go through natural death, the dissolutions are real. Dissolutions are fact that occurs to anyone, to any being, like animals or humans. Everyone go through that. Then when we go through the dissolution, even though I describe more detail in the note, you can read about that. There's a simultaneous dissolutions in relation to 4 elements. Then rest of the conceptual dissolutions. There are external factors, there are internal factors, which can be very scary. Even though the process is real in the sense of the occurrence to the mind, even though it is not really happening, in a tangible way or in a conventional kind of like the experience, out there, like such as the first element, the dissolving of the earth element. The person have a hallucination of like whole mountain collapsing on you, like entire earth is pressing onto you, like you are very much kind of squeezed between 2 huge rocky mountains. When you go through the dissolution of water element, is very much like you are in the center of unreachable ocean, sinking. No one can save you. That kind of experiences. When we go through the element of fire, like we are right in the center of bushfire. Like in Australia, we experience a lot of fear in relation to bushfire. We know how fearful it is. Just even approaching nearby, really can freak out, isn't it? So now, when the fire element dissolves, it's very much like we are right in the center, like stages of burning alive. Can you imagine? Like, and this at least I can express in the word, but the actual hallucination can be almost unexpressible. There's no particular word to describe. It can be so fearful. Then the wind element, like like in the middle of tornado, etc., etc. Then when we go through the white appearance, the dissolution of anti-conceptual thought through the white appearance, red appearance, black near appearance. Then we got the very much experience the fear of losing yourself, losing your identity. Even though the breath is stopped, by the time the wind element is already dissolved and transit to the dissolution of the anti-conceptual mind. But then awareness, the anti-conceptual mind go through many different stages. Initially, still got the even though it's subtle, but not the subtlest. So there's a lot of our usual awareness, that the person go through, like kind of losing the object of your desire. Can you imagine more deeper level that you kind of feel the sense of losing that you desire for? It can be quite haunting, isn't it? Even for our gross mind, our sensual mind, when we see losing things, we feel quite disturbed, isn't it? And the intensity of disturbance, if you go to the more subtle level of mind, is far more greater experiences. So the anti-conceptual mind, there are like virtuous, non-virtuous, a neutral mind. There's 80 different types. The list is like so long. So basically, there's a lot of hallucinational, occurrence that which will kind of against that how we usually tends to believe in recognition to I and mind, is very much like kind of losing everything, losing complete, recognition of who you are, where you are, or what you are, like that, you see. So, so all these experiences, everybody go through. So it's everybody go through. So therefore, if loved one is going through that, if your pet is going through that, then how to help them? It's quite a process of helpless. For ourselves, it's quite easy. If we train in our life, at least from now on, we can train ourselves. It's very much like before go to the long journey. Like if you want to go to a holiday, you study. You study the description of the destination, isn't it? You learn about all the maps, especially nowadays. You hire your car and you drive by yourself, and you don't need even a tour guide. You see, and but before you have a very fruitful journey to really fulfill the ultimate purpose of going to Venice. First, we have to learn. So learning about the death process is very much like learning about the journey that you're going to take. It's very much like that. You may sail the boat, you may ride a bike in the mountain, you may drive 4 wheels in somewhere, you may ride a sport car in the city, and if you know the road well, if you know that the turnings and the rules and the traffics, everything prepared, so it won't be shocked, you won't be confused, and the journey is going to be really fruitful. At the end of the day, when you come back, you say, okay, yes, I spent so much money, I deliver my trip, isn't it? So the destination, the fulfillment, the objective of the journey through the death process is to reach, to actualize the maximum benefit of the clear light. Along the way, the traffic lights and the rule and regulation of particular places are all like the death process, the dissolution process. So that even though the traffic rules can be totally different, but you will be not fear, you will be not shocked. You at least know this is their way. Like from here, if you go to Nepal, there's a traffic light, but there's out of control. You go to India and Nepal, if Australian perfect Ferrari, what do you call this sport driver, you may not able to drive in Nepal, Kathmandu. Even how good you are, they have their own system, and many people really freak out, fear, but then if you know how it works in Nepal, you're okay, isn't it? You'll be fine. And you will enjoy the messiness of Kathmandu. You will enjoy the dust. You will enjoy everything. Maybe you may enjoy, because since going for holiday in Kathmandu, you may enjoy more than going holiday in Australia. The reason is the culture there. The people's way of thinking, doing. Some people go to India and Nepal. The first time they arrive in the airport, people get freaked out because the people there all come and grab you. Especially like in India, if you go to train station, everybody will come and grab you, your bags, and actually they just simply want to come and help you, and they just want to get a little earning. That's it. They're not kind of stealing your things, Maybe India possible, but Nepal you hardly have that kind of stealing, But people just like want to talk to you, want to be so friend with you. They don't have much kind of like big idea to cheat you. Basically, they just want to please you and get some maybe chocolates or whatever. But for many people, if someone do that in Australia, you're going to be freaked out, But if someone don't do that in Nepal. You know, actually, if you know the culture there, it's freaking out. Nepal is changed to the worst. You see, so very much, you know, knowing about the death process is very much, oh, I see. Now I reach Kathmandu. You know, now I know. You know, I know the chaos of the earth element disturbance. You know, the pollutions and the dust and the people. You know, okay, fine. You know, it's okay. You know, it's nothing to be freaked out. Then after that, you know, the water element is almost like you reach Delhi. You know, crossing the Indian border. Then after that, you experience all the different stages of the dissolution in the different states. You know, everywhere is chaos. Everywhere is chaos. But people who know already, it's not a chaos. It's excitement. It's kind of uniqueness. You know, the messy, crazy joy of India. You know, which you cannot experience in Australia, you cannot experience in the UK, you cannot experience in the United States, you see. So I think the knowing of the death process is very much like that. So you see, so there's a benefit of knowing it, you know, knowing, because everybody will experience it. So just regard that this are, you know, this is a natural thing, you know, and if you handle them properly, nothing to get fear. You know, you will pass through it, you see. And at the end of the day, you know, I get the best out of it, which is a clear light. You know, how messy the Nepal, Kathmandu, the traffic may be. Each time, you know, we as a Buddhist go to pilgrimage, after each, you know, my goodness, the chaos with the traffic, you know, it's almost like, you know, why I am here in Nepal, you know. But then the moment reach to the holy place, unbelievable. You know, every tiredness is go away, every messiness just disappear, and it's you really feel the blessing each time when you reach to the holy places. You know, you see. So exactly like that. So I think clear light is so beautiful. You know, so amazing. As I mentioned before, even non-believer, that's the best moment of entire existence. That's the best moment, you know. So by nature, we don't have to worry about committing negative karma, you know, just simply stay in absolute peace. You know, how wonderful that if we're able to remain in the state of non-grasping. You know, now we are full of grasping, like roller coaster, like experience that we go through because of grasping. When we experience clear light, that's the period that, you know, releasing of even the subtle grasping. The 80 conceptual minds are all grasping. And that by natural process is release it free them, you see. So, yeah, like that. So now the best thing, again, you see, so okay, I'm losing the point again. So you see, so therefore, yeah. So I think to really train to face the death process with this full awareness, we can train when you know, daily when we go to bed. So dying is very, very, very similar. You know, the only difference is don't experience the clear light. Otherwise, dying is very much going into sleep. It's very much going through the process of the dissolution, and we do go through the dissolution. The, you know, earth element dissolve. You know, all the four elements really come into complete rest. You know, complete rest. You don't see the growth factor in the physical body, but actually the energy-wise, really, like, you know, each time when we go to bed, all these elements, you know, come to rest, come to conclusion. Then after that, go through the process of dissolution of the conceptual thoughts. You know, that's why we are able to actualize a more subtle state of mind called the dream mind. You see, you know, even you know, no question about deep sleep. Even just to get up to the dream state of mind, our mind is already kind of lose most of the conceptual ideas. You see, and when we reach to the when we're able to interpret, recognize the dream state of mind, it's very much like we're able to communicate certain level of subtle state of our mind within ourselves. Then through the training of meditation, we can even go further, more deeper level than the dream state of mind. And that can be done, you see, before we go to sleep. Then we utilize the single-pointed concentration meditation in relation to any virtuous object. Best is emptiness, or like that. Then we really able to reach all the way similar to clear light, even though not the real clear light, but similar to clear light. So there again, we can experience the void of grasping, then sense of void of grasping, then sense of settledness of the bliss. So those are the training that we can do in our lifetime. Another platform to train, especially from the tantric point of view, then there are many other complex techniques, like through the unifications of the wisdom energy and the method energy. From there also can experience the causal stage of the clear light. You see, the resultant stage of clear light is when we really experience the death. You see, so therefore many practitioners through meditation, through meditation technique. The meditation technique is very much, the observation meditation technique, whatever meditation you do, but observation meditation technique is to clear away our gross mental factor, clear away the gross mental factor. By clearing that, help to reach to the subtle level of the mind. By reaching the subtle level of the mind, you can be closer to the, closer to the clear light experience, which is meaning closer to the absolute, experience of the absolute nature, the emptiness experience. So whenever you get chance to experience emptiness experience, that itself become a powerful tool to bring about purifications of hallucinations, or purifications of negativities, and more than that, you can progress on the path, So the practitioner, by training in lifetime through either through meditation or try to try to have the what you call be aware of the stages of going through sleep, and training our mind to stay focus, not losing the focus on any virtuous object, virtuous practice, and train until that you're able to carry that all the way up to the sleeping, dreaming state. Then gradually train away until that you wake up with that continuation of the virtuous mind, even though you are completely asleep, but you are not aware that you were sleeping. You had sleep. You went through the 6-7 hours of very settled sleep, but when you wake up, that as if that you wake up from a deep meditation, not a kind of process of sleep. You're still so fresh about the process of the awareness of the meditation object that you set before went to sleep. When you wake up, you're kind of, kind of connect. You kind of communicate together. So in the tantric spiritual term, there's one term called meeting of the son and mother. Meeting of son and mother, mabu terpa, meeting of the son and mother. Lifetime training, through meditation on the death process. Then when the actual death occur, when the actual clear light occur, that time you're able to apply entire meditation on emptiness there, entire actualization of generation and completion stage of practice there. When you're able to do that, then the sun is like a training all throughout the life. A mother at the actual experience of clear light can able to introduce. So we need to practice until that we able to introduce the mother and the son. You see, so one of the best way to do that is, to train daily before we go to bed. You see, so then again, there's so much benefit even in our day-to-day life, and surely will be beneficial at the time of death. Let's say if we go to bed with anger, surely going to have a nightmare. Surely, the sleeping won't be so comfortable, isn't it? With so much angry and try to sleep on the bed, you kind of feel that the bed also very sore, very, very rough. The pillow also kind of so rough, and you are not fully settled on the bed. It's so difficult to get sleep, even able to get sleep, but very tired sleep. Then there's a danger of infusing nightmare, isn't it? And when you wake up from there, surely it will be very tiring sleep, very tiring day. You wake up with so exhaustion, you see. Similar goes if you go to sleep with full of attachment grasping, you can't settle, can't completely dissolve into the bed. Your heart, it's very tiring, isn't it? But then when you go to bed with thinking of, the altruistic attitude for numberless sentient beings, expression of compassion, you see, is sometimes, how to say, yeah, it really makes difference, it really makes, because these are easy things to do, even I can do, I can feel it when my mind is not settled in virtue and try to go to bed. It's a very hard time to go to bed, rather you just want to run out and just do some jogging rather than lying on the bed, you see. But then whenever you think of emptiness, you meditate on emptiness, you think of the well-being of numberless sentient beings, meditate on bodhicitta, you can feel the warmness of the blanket, you can feel the softness of the bed, you can even you can check it out, even the gesture of our body, very secure, very warm, When you're angry, it's like it's kind of like that, your sleep. Then most likely you will go and take sleeping pill, the attachment grasping, you may eat the pillow. So you can feel it, it's like when you try to sleep with, thinking of Guru, thinking of, the preciousness, precious human rebirth, or especially think of emptiness, think of bodhicitta. Even like the storm from outside, it doesn't disturb you. You don't feel the disturbances. You kind of feel meaning to settle in your bed. You see, and so you see. But in order to do that, we really need to clean our conceptual disturbances. And before that, of course, we also need to bring some comfort to our physical body, to this earth element, the physical body. Then to the water element, if we go to sleep without going to toilet, full of urine in our body, it would be very tough to sleep, isn't it? So we just, go to toilet, take away all the disturbances from the water element. Then if they're physically, how to say, bed very comfortable, to your limbs, to your body, to just really settle. Then what? Yeah, you can just, and of course it's too hot, hot fire element, too hot, then either fever or either the weather, I know in the Broome, last time was quite hot. Sandy there. Yeah, so you need to put aircon, whatever. Then if you are so hyper, the wind element is so high, also cannot sleep, isn't it? So you also need to subdue your hyperness, isn't it? Then before we go to sleep, you're neutralizing the breath. Breathe lengthy in and out helps to go to bed, otherwise with a short breath also cannot sleep, long breath, higher, also cannot sleep. So all the four elements need to balance it, balance it. Then after that, then all the bogging thoughts of the past, yeah, we will think about it tomorrow. Now I need rest. I need rest. So you just need to talk to yourself and say, okay, forget about it. Yes, it is so nasty, it is so disturbing, but I need to get rest in order for me to handle those situations tomorrow morning. Because now I can't handle. Is everybody is sleeping. All office is closed, so I must close. So you see, so you just kind of like, educate our mind, this conceptual, anti-conceptual is similar like that, then there's unnecessary worry about tomorrow, tomorrow this, tomorrow that, first of all, honestly speaking, we really don't know whether definitely going to be tomorrow or not. By the time when we wake up already gone from this life, we don't know, isn't it? Many people die in the bed. Many people die in the bed. You see, many people die in the sleep. You see, yeah. You see, like what the teaching said, death is certain to everybody as long as we take these contaminated aggregates, and the time of death is uncertain. And at the time of death, the only our habitual virtue will be able to benefit us. So it's so true. You see. So anyway, all those future concern, past concern, including the complaint about the bed. Also, we have to, even the complaint. You say, oh, I should have a softer bed. I should have a bigger bed. I should have that kind of blanket. You're already in the bed. That's it. That's what you have. If you want better bed, you think about tomorrow. Go to shopping. If there's tomorrow, you go shopping tomorrow. But tonight, there's no benefit of complaining. It's already in the bed. If you start to knock the furniture door, people think you're crazy. You can't do shopping. There's no point in complaining. Settle how hard the bed is, how small the bed is, whatever it is. This is it. So this is almost very much like clearing the conceptual, 80 conceptual minds. There will be, we all know, no need about 80. 80 is just like a certain number. We have unbelievable funny ideas comes in our mind, especially when we go to bed. Before go to bed, So there's a similar thing when people going through a death, all sort of, the conceptual ideas comes. And this can be quite a disturbance, you see. So you see, so then, like, whatever comes in our way is a focus, focus, you say, okay, yeah, meditate on emptiness or meditate on bodhicitta, or like that, or just simply, the real meditation on emptiness is the wisdom that you learn from the definition of emptiness. That's the thing. That's the object of your meditation on emptiness. The wisdom is understanding the knowing of the void and a sense of awareness of freedom from that, which is called bliss. Just have that awareness. Not necessarily has to be that aware on that particular object of our body or person or phenomena. As long as you have that awareness, you have the awareness of emptiness. And if you prefer, then if you prefer to have some object to interpret that to your mind, then you can use as, sometimes you can use as your own identity. Sometimes you can use as your physical body. If you have some problem with the physical body, then you use the physical body as object to bring awareness of the wisdom of emptiness and place your concentration on that. Or if you have if you experience some problem in relation to external thing, maybe your business or certain concern, then you try to actualize the wisdom of emptiness in relation to that. then your heart settle on that awareness of empty and bliss, the union of empty and bliss. You see, so then again, there will be a lot of disturbances, as I mentioned before. All the conceptual thoughts will come in your way, etc., or the numbness of your arm, on the pillow, on the bed, may be disturbing you. It may come, but then try to not to get carried away by that. Try to acknowledge, avoid, bring back your concentration. Then try to knock off. I don't know whether I use the word correctly or not. Not off or knock off. So you get my point, isn't it? Try to get into sleep. Try to get into sleep. Okay. So try to get into sleep. May fail many times to able to reach all the way up to the level of the dream state of mind. But by familiarizing that again and again, the familiarization will influence you. The habitual practice will influence deeper and deeper level of your mind, that until that during the sleep, you may be aware, or when you wake up, you may be aware that I had such a dream. Actually, the dream is exactly how the process of meditation that you've been doing, that you tends to remember, as like how we remember our dream when we wake up. You see, then after further more continued training, then as I mentioned before, that there's no pause in the awareness of that meditation, even at the time that when you wake up, as if you didn't go to sleep at all. You were completely in the absorption of meditation, even though you went into complete sleep. You see, and that process is as equal as what we go through at the time of death. So if we're able to handle this properly, then when we going through the death process, we will be able to handle well. Okay, so now, in fact, now this time I was talking about, I wanted to talk about how to care for others. You see, it's very difficult for us to guide someone through this kind of process. So basically, we try to benefit others through external factors. The power of prayers, that you can dedicate for them, which really can influence, their mind. In particular, in that kind of, critical period. Then in Buddhist teaching, there's full of recommendations of powerful practices and powerful mantras that you can recite, like such as Medicine Buddha mantra, Medicine Buddha sutras, that just by hearing once, it purifies, eons of accumulation of negativities, and it will close the door to that person or that animal or whoever, to be reborn in the three glory realms. Unbelievable powerful, you see. Just hearing once. So if you're able to recite, Tayatom Bekaza Bekaza Ma Bekaza Bekaza and the Samuka de Soha to the dying pets, to the dying person, and here the hearing, not necessarily talking about sensual hearing, the hearing, what do you call it, the frequency through your dedication of the purpose for that person, the subconscious mind get to hear that, and of course, if the person have the capability to really use the sensual mind, then of course it will be definitely beneficial. You see, then by recitation of those mantras, you can even blow to the body, then showing the visual, the image, the holy objects, like such as Buddha's images, if someone believe. If not, then some, how to say, different religion, you can show different, holy objects. Then placing of Dharma relics like a scripture onto person's head, like scriptures, like Golden Light Sutra, Diamond Cutter Sutra, Heart Sutra, and Tara Puja books, Medicine Buddha Puja books, Guru Puja books. All those are sutras. All those are country and sutra treatises. You see, so you don't need a specific kind of golden color cloth wrap kind of scripture, any of those, or you can just have a piece of paper that written with Om Mani Padme Hum or Om Ah Hum. You see, just even the mantra Om Ah Hum, just placing onto someone's head, it purifies the three bases, the body, speech, and mind, and it established the enlightened energy of the resultant body of that person to be achieved in the future, Buddha's body, speech, and mind. This is very, 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 very powerful, even just that. Then like Om Mani Padme Hum, you see, just by hearing, just by touching, just by even touching the breath, someone recite that and you blow to the animal or you blow to anybody, it will close the door or that person to take rebirth in the 6 realms. So very much that the person's rebirth or the animal's rebirth going to be in Amitabha Pure Land or Cherisi Pure Land. Just reciting Om Mani Padme Hum. Each syllable act as an antidote to each of the realms. There are 6 syllables, So all these are quite easy, and almost everybody knows. And you can help, dying people, because at that stage, especially in the very critical last stage, the hearing awareness, hearing senses, feeling senses are already degenerating. So how much you talk to them, they may not able to apprehend well. How much you try to rub their body, they may not feel it. You see, and how so the sensually is already degenerating. So we need to use the power of frequency of your mind, and the meditative mind. If you don't have the meditative capability, the concentration, etc., then at least you use the power of the relics, Dharma relics, like mantras, sutras, etc. You see, so best you have the capability of concentration. You have the right tools of these powerful mantras and prayers and practices. Then the third one is the intention. You're focusing that you want to benefit the continuum of this dying person. You see, so on this 3 factor, then what any virtues that you relate become so effective. It directly can reach to the continuum of the dying person. So this is how we can help. Then of course, generally, whenever someone is dying, whether it's animal or human, to create as much as peaceful environment, as far as concerned with the house or the room or the bed, or the people that to whom, during that period, the people whom that going to interact, try to not to let interact with people whom much aversion in life, or the object that person dislike, the food that person dislike, because there's a danger of arising aversion. So that's why even like medicines, if you want to give medicines, you want to, even want to take to hospital, or want to take to places, you really have to depend on the person's interest. If the person really don't want to go to hospital, then in that very critical stage, it can be quite disturbing to the person pushing, taking to the hospital, because it will arise aversion. And on that journey, if the person pass away, or if the person lose the gross senses and going through the death process, it will affect the persons, because aversion, the delusion is very, very nasty, you see. And some individual, they really don't want to take medicine, then we have to respect, you see, better to respect, you see. And some people, you are a religious person, but the dying person is not religious. And because of, you know that the person is very powerful, is spiritual, so you want to take blessing from that person, you want to bring to this and that, may also danger of arising aversion to that person, even that, you see. So our heart, use our concentration, use our the powerful methods, through your practice and your heart, most importantly. But the external wise, we really have to very much like 100% depend on the patient, what the patient really want, in order not to arise aversion. Because if, the aversion, if during that period, the strongest aversion arises, then it may even result to the hell, from the sixth realm to the lowest suffering, you see. Then to the like animal realm, preta realm, etc. And similar goes to attachment grasping, you see. Similar goes to that. So, so therefore, try to organize and create a very loving environment, full of love. The love has so power. Compassion has so much power. Empathy has so much power. Respect has so much power. It really can heal, people's suffering, especially the mental suffering, especially in that kind of critical period. So, so every family, every friends, just, even how tough thing may going on behind the scene, but in front of that last stage dying person, try to have a very uplifting and very, very loving, even though you don't really feel like showing that much love because you have a lot of conflict in lifetime with the dying person, but for the benefit of, someone who is in the most difficult, critical time, you just put yourself, with the face expression, verbal expression, every single gesture with like the dying person is like the supreme, the central, the most precious, most cared, most love, So that way, the person reciprocate with full of love, full of compassion, you see. So because the person by themselves, because of not really a practitioner of them, may not have an individual capability to actualize those virtues, which are so crucial for their next rebirth. So now your action, let them reciprocate. It's kind of it's like a natural, kind of very natural. When you do that, they naturally reciprocate. So without asking them, you focus on love, you meditate compassion, without telling them that. That telling can be quite disturbing, but you're showing that we really actualize the Buddhist term, the completing karma with full of virtue, love, kindness, compassion, respect. And even though in their life been very negative, but then they're able to secure their next rebirth in a human, like that. And also, the comfort from your side, you see, as a practitioner, that, especially the Buddhist practitioner, you have to understand, you see, the relationship that what you have with your loved one today is a result of past karma, you see. So the karma have the fruitional result, environmental result, then what do you call the karsa? The result similar to the cause. The result similar to the cause. So there are three types of karmic results, you see. So, so in this life that you're coming together is very much quite sure the dying person will come around you next life. So we don't have to kind of like complete separation, kind of like I'm losing him or her forever. No, as a Buddhist, as someone who really, it's not just a Buddhist idea, the reality, because the karmic law, cause and effect, in fact, it's a universal thing. It's not about Buddhist kind of, the religious makeup, some believe, some don't believe, But the reality is everything interdependent arising, isn't it? So therefore, whether to do with your pet, whether to do with the place that you like, whether to do with the loved one, when someone passes away, it will come around you. It will come around you, So in order that dying person to come around you as the closest to you, then you have to create the condition, even to the pet. Next life, born as a human being, born as my child, born as my brother, born as my sister, born as my whatever, grandchildren, whatever. All this can be designed very much. You can design. There's a lot of evidence in that. A lot of evidence in that. You see, you can design. The people who have connection with us already have designed from the past life. You see, but there are a lot of people that also encounter distance because we are unable to create that bonding, the completing karma. We are unable to create correct condition to comes in our way. That's why some be distant. You see, but at least it doesn't matter. There's numberless beings out there, but at least this very crucial time, the most loving one was, the dear one, someone, the loved one passing away, you want to make sure that person comes around you, comes back in your circle, So with that understanding, then, we don't Buddhist teaching teach us, don't cry, don't feel sad, sadness is also will reciprocate, especially the more the subconscious mind appear, that subconscious mind will see you, especially when the gross the mind goes away. In particularly, after the clear light disappear in the inhibited state, their mind can see everything how you think. During the 49 days, why we do a lot of virtue to the diseased person, because that spirit has no obstruction. That those spirit basically it trouble everywhere, but mainly comes around us. Comes near to you, and they see through what you think about them. So you see, so this is very important. When someone passes away, you as a practitioner, you have to confirm, okay, and let's say my dog, definitely have born in Cherisi Pure Land. You see, the spirit of the dog in the intermediate state understand that where I am is in Cherisi Pure Land, But then you say, oh, poor dog, must be born in the animal realm or maybe hell realm, it's kind of introducing them, to hell realm, introducing them in animal realm. You see, then you think so negative about them, like worry about them, and it's all they understand. They understand. It's like kind of giving a label, tag to them. They say, oh, you are this, you are that, you are this, like that. You see, and in our lifetime, when people say you're a good person, you feel like, yeah, I'm also, I think, quite a good person. Even you are quite good. Also, people say you're a bad person. Oh, maybe I could be good somewhere. Maybe where maybe I'm quite a bad person. Then if you interpret that further deeper level in Buddhist understanding, everything actualized by labeling by the mind. Everything is arise from the mind. Everything is, oh Buddha, now time is flying off. So everything is like imputation of your mind. We say that, isn't it? That's the reality. That's the reality, because there's no self in anything. There's no self in anything. Everything lies in the nature of emptiness, isn't it? You see. So therefore, when someone passes away, it's so important to, give a correct labeling, correct kind of emphasis, you see. So therefore, during the 49-day period, try to occupy, in the name of the diseased person, try to occupy full of virtuous practices in the name of the diseased person, and especially Like when we do this particular prayer called King of Prayer, or we do Medicine Buddha Puja. We do those self-initiations, sadhanas, the Cheresic practices. But when we really read through them, it's very much about description of Pure Land, description of enlightened qualities, making all the auspicious aspirations, and all those going to impact the diseased person. So, yeah, so like that. So therefore, when, yes, like that. So when, yes. Then, so all these practices, also you can take as a, like a method to transfer someone's consciousness to the higher rebirths, and you see, you can also use that for yourself. Then, as earlier mentioned about the 5 powers, literally labeled as a power to transfer our consciousness, especially to ourselves. When we go through the death process, as long as we fix our mind on that, then that will transfer, that will help our consciousness to reborn in the higher realms. You see, so like that. Yeah. So yeah, so so when someone passes away, you see, there's a recommendation or tradition as a Buddhist practitioner, to if possible, you can check astrologically, that according to the time of death, the hour, time, minute of the person passing away, and the animal sign of the person. Then to find out the sign of rebirth. So that also can be very effective. And usually the sign of the rebirth, as I mentioned before, to influence the consciousness, which is to, in the name of the person, build or actualize karmic affinited virtuous objects, or perform, virtuous practice. So you can figure it out that, and sometime like in the name of the person, building Cheresi statue, or building Tara statues, or drawing image of the holy objects, building stupas, or offering recitations of certain number of certain sutras. All this can be very beneficial to influence the continuum. It's almost like a sign of that continuum's rebirth. So the family members, can help to do that, whether they are believer or not. You can do that. You can do that to also the pets like that. And as far as concerned for yourself, as a practitioner, yourself in a living lifetime, properly practicing the 5 powers, and that itself become your sign of rebirth. You see, and at the time of death, even you don't get anyone to perform virtues on your behalf, as long as you go through the process of 5 power properly, and that will take care everything, to really to transit, in the virtuous rebirth. Then, but then if there are external factor like realized masters who know how to do power practice, which is transparent consciousness, so that again is quite a complex, then you can engage them. You know, you can also do that to yourself, but you need to be very, very, you know, you need to be fully aware, confident about that the very much time of death. You know that, okay. And so here comes the importance of knowing the death process. When you're aware of the death process, then you know where you are and by around what day, in what circumstances that you're going to die. It's like quite definite the time of death, roughly. You can. So based on that, then you go through the process of the performing power in relation to yourself. Then before going through all the messy, the hallucination, the disturbances, you just go through the experience of the dissolution in a moments, and transfer your consciousness to the higher realm. So you can do that in relation to Amitabha. You can do that in relation to other deity yoga practices. There are such practices, you see. But then if you are not qualified to do that, if you are not sure about the practice, then there's also danger of causing, taking life of someone, you see. And also, if you want to do that to someone else, the master need to be confident about knowing exact right time to do. Otherwise, you may create a karma causing someone's life, you see, like that. Okay. So now for the conclusion, I think the fear about death is not what do you call it? That's one word you use. Inevitability. You know my English. Okay. The fear of death is, whether it's practitioner or whether it's a non-practitioner, it's not something is a natural to everybody. I don't think so. You see, for practitioner, definitely. When you are confident with practice, you don't fear of death. You see, then inevitable. Inevitable. Yes. So even for those who are not practitioner, some people, they don't fear of death. They don't fear of death. You see, they don't fear of death. So now here, whenever we experience the arising of fear for death, then you need to ask question. You fear for what? You fear for what? You see, and in fact, you fear for, some maybe fear for the uncertainty what we're going to experience at the time of death. You see, if you fear for death itself, then it's a wrong assumption. You are assuming, you are kind of confirming death is nasty, absolutely nasty. That's not true. If you say that I fear for death, means you know exactly how the death experience is not true. We don't know how the death experience. We don't know, isn't it? You see, we don't know. You see, so that's why it's important to ask question. You fear of death for what? Then I think that itself will clear the fear of death. In case if we go through the fear of death, to overcome the fear of death by asking question to ourselves. You see. You see, so therefore, if we know the death process well and the benefit of clear light, then that naturally will help to clear the death, clear the fear of death. If what really going to happen at the time of the process of death, that is the main reason why you fear of death, then you learn about the death process, you learn about the clear light practice, that will help to clear the fear of death. You see, so that's one thing. If you fear of death because of losing your body, then you again study about the the reality of your body, reality about you, I and mind body. You learn about this emptiness of I. You study about the selflessness of a person, the I. Then it is belonging the physical body. When you come to a firm understanding of the false I that which always regard as me, that disappear, the fear in relation that will be overcome. Then the wrong misconception of the physical body belonging to that false I, because there's no basis of the I, how you can claim that something belongs to that? Because the I itself is empty, and how can something belong to that empty? It's not being, isn't it? So when you, that's why when you realize, at least in understanding, firm understanding, realistic understanding, using reasonalizing understanding, the empty of self and empty of its aggregates will help to overcome the fear in relation to the death, if the fear is because of, I don't want to lose the life, I don't want to lose me, or I don't want to lose my body. And most of the fear could be that because we have a strong attachment of our own egoic identity. We also do have a strong attachment to our belonging, the physical body, and that very much could be the fear about that. Another type of fear could be, again, misconception, the fear in relation to losing our loved one, losing your children, losing your parent, losing, your loved one. Then again, don't have to feel fear about that. As long as you construct virtuous, the observation of morality, virtuous, focus on virtue, at the time of death, and make aspiration to reborn in the same family, you can come back. You can come back to enjoy some more in a better form. Now because of physical body got sick, aging, or rather I just get a very fresh, new, beautiful grandchildren of your daughter, your son. You can come back. You see, so you don't have to fear of losing your family. So the way to do that is focus on the virtue. You see, as I mentioned before, focus on the what is most familiar, the virtue mind, and don't attach. Also understand, by attaching, it doesn't work. Rather, you admire your family member, such a virtue, such a wonderful, in order for me to be more serviceable to the peace and happiness of the family and the world. I would like to come back. I like to come back. So it's very much like you choose your rebirth, and many do that. My guru did that. My guru did that. It's a real experience. It's a real experience. You see, it's not just kind of philosophical idea. You see, so it's possible. You see, so therefore, no need to worry about losing your family. So if you fear of losing your bank balance, losing your home, losing your car, etc., then again to understand, if I come back to this family, I can continue to drive them. I can continue to enjoy the home. I can continue to, if you be a good grandson, good grandchild, I think that whatever asset that you're going to go to your children, most likely going to give to you. So don't have to worry. So, just to aspire to come back to be a good grandchild, good grandchild, very loving, beautiful aspect of everything. Wow. Most loving, but that only happened when you are full of virtue, isn't it? Full of virtue, isn't it? That's how play of karma works. You see, so I say, I don't have to attach about my bank balance and this and that. I rather focus on my bodhicitta, or my virtue, and I aspire, with full of rejoicement. Rejoicement is a virtue. It's not an attachment. A rejoicing of your family. Okay, no problem. You come back. You see, if the fear is about that, you see. Then what? Then nothing much left to fear. So you can search, everything you can really, use that wisdom. So right now we have to caution ourselves, because sometimes we're scared. We're scared, is it, if I die, how? There's so many questions. So you ask question. What your fear of death? Ask yourself. You see? Or fear of death, of uncertainty of future life. Well, that you can make certainty by focusing on the virtue and the 5 powers. Now, how many days I'm living, even just one day, full focus on the 5 powers. Then the completing 5 powers. Then your next rebirth is definitely determined. Whether you're a high realized being or not, is almost like you can choose your rebirth with this practice. You see? So I think this is the way. I believe to help ourselves to overcome all the confusions and all the fear about death, I think it's easier. But to help someone who is going through it, to handle them is far more challenging. So as I mentioned before, there are a few tools. I'm sure there are so many other tools, but those are few suggestions. I think more like give some suggestion from here, then you can brainstorm. You can get more ideas like that. You see, there's something like that. So I think whatever that I try to share is not based on the kind of philosophy. It's very much reality. Based on the reality. How our mind works, how the karmic cause and effect works. Yeah. So yeah, something like that. So then a little bit of technical way, you can read my notes, and actually that note is not complete one. There are a lot of more. There are a few sections to talk more, but no problem. I think hopefully it is okay. And if there's any question that which you wanted to know, but we didn't cover here, please you can ask if you still have time. I'm okay, no problem. Can we stop here?
Did anybody have any questions?
Geshe,
Hello.
I didn't understand this when I lost my husband and my father. And I wonder if I created difficult karma for them at their death. Because I washed them, but soon after they died. So I thought I was doing, I was full of love, but I didn't really understand the process. So now I feel bad. No,
please don't feel bad. You have done with your care, your love, what you needed to do. No, that won't is that time, that collective karmic circumstances made into that, and in fact you have benefited them. So no concern. I believe totally not. More than that, you as a practitioner, you accumulate a lot of virtues. You continue to do so. Even from that relationship, you're always benefiting them. You're always benefiting them. The karmic relation as a husband, as a mother, whether they are alive or not, they naturally get the share from you, like that. Then from now onward, all your virtues of the past, present, future, you dedicate for their, their enlightenment, most importantly. Then, you dedicate for their enlightenment. If they are already in a higher rebirths, then from there, it will condition them to progress from there. If they are already enlightened, it will be auspicious, the interdependent conditions for yourself and family to receive blessing from them. If they are engaged in the lower realm, this will act as a condition to free from the lower realms. So
thank you.
Nothing to feel bad. You just rejoice that you are practicing and you continue to do so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're over time, really, aren't we? Is it really important?
Thank you, Geshe. Geshe, what is the Buddhist view on assisted dying, considering that assisted dying implies that the person may die in a calmer mind than if they were going through pain?
I didn't get the question. Sorry. Can you say again?
What is the view on assisted dying? The Buddhist view, euthanasia, yes. Considering that it implies that the person might die in a more peaceful mind than a negative mind if they're in a lot of pain.
So I think I have a like two kind of answer for that. One is, respect what the patient what the patient want. It really helped to overcome the suffering disturbances. Then on the basis of the request of the person, I think we have to respect that. But then from our side, I think we cannot initiate euthanasia. We cannot initiate that. I think that there's some question raised in some session in the past. Some country states, they're making the government rule regulation. So for my personal view, I feel it's not right to make a legislation, but at the same time, I also respect that, I also agree that you should respect the individual's wish, something like that. Thank you.
So I think that we're at the conclusion of the session.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Geshe. This has been very helpful in understanding the death process and also what is most beneficial at the moment of death. And thank you to all of the people who are in other places. It's been wonderful to join with you, and to all the people here at Buddha House. And I particularly want to thank Judy for organising, and also to India and Jan from the hospice, and also to the cooks that cooked our lunch. And I'm sorry you weren't here to enjoy it. I hope you had a nice lunch, Geshe. Okay.
Not as nice as what our cook cooked in Buddha House.
Exactly. Do you want to do some prayers or to finish off?
Okay, so maybe we do short dedication if you don't mind. Okay, so I think without any doubt, we collectively accumulate a lot of positive energy, virtues, merits. Then individually also in day-to-day life, accumulate a lot of virtues. Then all the past, present, future Buddhas, accumulate immense of virtues and merit. So we collectively, we dedicate this all merit as a cause for numberless sentient beings to be free from all the sufferings, and it causes karma and delusion, actualize temporary happiness after the ultimate happiness of enlightenment. We also dedicate this collective merit to overcome this pandemic and all the other diseases, natural disasters, war, famine, to be overcome, and all the people and animals and the spirits in the universe, to enjoy peace and harmony and happiness. And all the medicines, cure for this pandemic, as well as the rest of the disease, be most effective. May this collective merit be complete cause. Anyone who passed away, in particularly in last 49 days, whether to the animals or whether to the humans, be free from the suffering of death, suffering of intermediate state, suffering of rebirth, and actualize higher rebirth. And there, within that very lifetime, actualize state of full enlightenment accordingly. May this collective merit be complete cause. All the world leaders, leaders of organizations, and anyone who's in charge of the family, and yourself who lead your life, free from negative emotions like anger, attachment, grasping, self-grasping, ignorance, ego, and actualize or fill your heart with full of wisdom of selfless and attitude of full of love, compassion, altruism, so that anyone under the leadership can able to enjoy only peace and happiness and virtue. We dedicate this merit for the all the good people, like our precious gurus, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, then in Buddha House, like Venerable Dundu, then all the Buddha House, the hospice, the Dedongling, and all the other centers and study groups, all the directors, SPCs, and the students, and all the members, including each individual of yourself and your family members, and always enjoy good health, long life, prosperity, and fulfill all your mundane and spiritual aspirations accordingly. May this collective merit be complete cause. All the virtuous institutions like monasteries and nunneries and virtuous centers, dharma centers, then in particularly the organizer Buddha House and the rest of the other centers, free from all the inner outer secret obstacles, and actualize all the conducive conditions to preserve the virtue, preserve the loving kindness, compassion, service, like the hospice in Adelaide, to able to, preserve all your service to the needy people accordingly, with all the needy conducive conditions actualized without any difficulties. May this collective merit be complete cause. Each and every one of us, able to, able to actualize all the 5 powers in the lifetime, in day-to-day lifetime. And when we go through the natural transition from next life, this life to next life, we're able to take the 5 power, in absolute guide. Then, like the great, realized beings, including like Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, may we too able to actualize the liberation and enlightenment, just like them. The dedicated ourselves, the merit, the purpose that we dedicate, all lies in the nature of emptiness, all lies in the nature of interdependent arising. So therefore, whatever prayer that we did, everything is, just matter of time, will actualize accordingly, like that. So thank you very, very, very much, everyone. And please take good care and appreciate for your immense patience. Thank you so much. Okay, so take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lindy. Thank you. Thank you, Judy, and everyone. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Where does he live?